Welcome to Scary Phantom, where the eerie meets the soothing. Every night I bring you thrilling horror stories that not only send chills down your spine but also help you unwind for a peaceful sleep. Relax, listen, and let the stories take you away to a world where the dark is both exciting and calming. I was working the night shift on the cargo ship Atlantic Voyager when I first heard it. The faint rhythmic scratching coming from container number 40876. The sound reached me as I made my rounds through the lower deck, a routine check I'd performed hundreds of times before. It started as something so subtle I almost convinced myself it was just the normal creaking of the ship's hull against the waves. But there was a desperation to it, a pattern that made the hair on my arms stand on end. Scratch, scratch, pause, scratch, scratch, pause, like fingernails dragging across metal. According to the manifest, the container was supposed to be empty. I stood motionless in the dim corridor, my flashlight beam trembling slightly as I trained it on the container's rusted exterior. The Atlantic was 3 days out from port, cutting through the North Pacific's cold waters with another week of sailing ahead. We were carrying electronics mostly, televisions, computer parts, smartphones, all packed into identical steel boxes, stacked 7 high across the ship's massive hold. But 40876 was different. It had been loaded last, placed apart from the others in a section reserved for hazardous materials, though nothing on the paperwork indicated what it might contain. Our first mate, Jenkins, had shrugged when I'd asked about it during loading. "Computer, error," he'd said dismissively. "Thing's empty. Just put it where there's space." The scratching came again, more insistent now. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Pause. Scratch, scratch, scratch. I checked my watch. 3:15 a.m. Everyone else was either asleep or manning essential systems on the bridge. The night was mine alone. Me and whatever was making that sound. Curiosity and duty warred in my mind. But as the sound grew more insistent, my unease won out. I grabbed my flashlight and made my way down to the storage deck. The air felt heavier there, thick with something I couldn't name. The overhead lights flickered, casting long shadows across the narrow walkways between the towering containers. Each step I took echoed hollowly, announcing my approach. As I neared the container, the scratching stopped abruptly, as if whatever was inside had sensed me coming. I stood before the massive steel box, its surface marred by years at sea. The paint had chipped away in places, revealing patches of rust beneath. The identification number, 40876, was stenciled in fading black paint across its doors. Standard padlock, standard seal. Nothing outwardly unusual, except for the silence. A silence so profound it felt like a physical presence pressing against my eardrums. "Hello?" I called out, immediately regretting it. My voice sounded small and pathetic against the vastness of the cargo hold. "Is someone in there?" No response, just the distant rumble of the ship's engines and the occasional groan of metal as we cut through the waves. I reached for my radio. "Parker to bridge, over. Static then. Bridge here. What's up, Morgan?" It was Williams, our second officer, his voice thick with the boredom of night watch. "I'm down by container 40876. Thought I heard something coming from inside." A pause. "That's not possible. Container's listed as empty." "I know what the manifest says, but probably just the ship settling. We're hitting some chop." I glanced around. The Atlantic Voyager was cutting through calm waters tonight, gentle as a mill pond. There was no chop to speak of. "I'd like to verify," I said firmly. Another pause, longer this time. "You got the master key?" Affirmative. A sigh crackled through the radio. "Fine, check it out if you must, but if the captain asks, this was your call, not mine." "Understood." "Parker out." I returned the radio to my belt and pulled out the heavy ring of keys. As security officer, I had access to every lock on the ship, a responsibility I took seriously, even when it meant investigating mysterious noises at ungodly hours. The lock was intact, no signs of forced entry. The seal, a numbered plastic tag designed to show if the container had been opened since loading, was unbroken. By all appearances, no one had accessed this container since it left port. And yet, as soon as I turned the key, the smell hit me. Rot, decay, the unmistakable stench of death. I gagged, raising my flashlight. The beam wavered as it fell upon the blood-stained walls, the smeared handprints, the floor dark with things I didn't want to identify. And then, in the farthest corner, a heap of something wet and broken, a pile of mangled human remains. The body, if you could call it that, was barely recognizable as human. It looked as though it had been torn apart and then roughly reassembled, limbs twisted at impossible angles, entrails spilling onto the metal floor. The face was gone, replaced by a raw red mass of tissue and exposed bone. But what turned my blood to ice wasn't the body itself. It was the way the fingers were positioned. Curled and bloody, nails torn to the quick, the hands of someone who had scratched and clawed at metal until their fingers were nothing but raw meat. My breath caught in my throat as I turned to flee. That's when I saw it. Deep, desperate scratches marred the inside of the door. Someone had been locked inside. Someone had tried, failed, to escape. I staggered back, bile rising in my throat, and radioed for security. My voice was barely recognizable, high and tight with panic. Security team to container M40876. Now, we have a... I couldn't find the words. What did we have? A murder? An accident? Some kind of sick joke? Parker, you all right? Williams again, his boredom replaced by concern. Just get down here and wake the captain. On our way. I couldn't bring myself to look back inside the container. I leaned against the corridor wall, drawing deep breaths that did nothing to calm my racing heart. The smell seemed to have followed me, clinging to my clothes, my skin, my hair. Heavy footsteps announced the arrival of help. Williams rounded the corner first, followed by Ramirez and Chen from the night security detail. The captain himself, Noah Sullivan, brought up the rear, his face tight with irritation at being woken. "This better be good, Parker," Sullivan growled, tightening the belt of his hastily donned uniform. "What's all the—" He stopped abruptly as he caught sight of my face. Whatever he saw there made him take a step back. "Morgan, what happened?" I could only point toward the open container. Sullivan frowned, motioning for Williams to check it out. The second officer hesitated only briefly before stepping forward, flashlight raised. "Jesus Christ," he muttered, peering inside. But his expression wasn't one of horror, it was confusion. He moved further into the container, the beam of his light sweeping the interior. "I don't see anything." I pushed myself off the wall. "What?" Williams turned back to me, eyebrows raised. "It's empty." Sullivan stepped up beside him, looking inside. "He's right. There's nothing in here." I lunged forward, elbowing past them both, to stare into the container. But when they arrived minutes later, the container was empty. Spotless. Not a single drop of blood remained. The manifest still listed it as unoccupied. The metal floor gleamed in the beam of my flashlight. The walls were bare, showing no trace of the bloody handprints I'd seen just minutes before. No body, no blood, no evidence that anyone had ever been inside at all. But that's impossible, I whispered. It was right there. A body, torn apart, blood everywhere. Sullivan's expression darkened. "Is this some kind of joke, Parker?" "No, I swear it was. Do you have any idea what time it is?" The captain's voice was dangerously quiet. "We don't have time for pranks or," he glanced at Williams, "or hallucinations." The implication stung. "I'm not hallucinating, sir. I know what I saw." Sullivan studied me for a long moment, his weathered face unreadable. Finally, he sighed. "Get some rest, Morgan. You've been pulling too many double shifts. We'll talk about this in the morning." "But that's an order." He turned to the security team. "Ramirez, escort Parker back to his quarters. Make sure he stays there until his shift tomorrow." Ramirez nodded, placing a firm hand on my shoulder. "Come on, Morgan." As they led me away, I glanced back at the container. In the shadows, it seemed to pulse like something alive and hungry. And though I couldn't be sure, the distance was too great, the lighting too poor, I thought I saw something move inside just before Williams closed and locked the door. No one believed me. Back in my quarters, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that mangled body, those desperate scratches on the inside of the container. I kept washing my hands, trying to rid them of a phantom stickiness that wouldn't go away. Morning brought no clarity. Sullivan called me to his office, a cramped space off the bridge that smelled perpetually of coffee and cigarettes, though smoking wasn't allowed on board. "Sit down," he said, gesturing to the chair across from his desk. His face was grim, the lines around his mouth deeper than usual. "We need to talk about last night." I remained standing. "I know what I saw, Captain." "What you think you saw," he corrected, opening a folder on his desk. "I've been reviewing your personnel file. You've been with us 5 years, exemplary record, but the last few months..." He tapped a page. 3 missed shifts, reports from your colleagues about erratic behavior, and now this. "What are you saying?" Sullivan sighed, closing the folder. "I'm saying that maybe you need a break. When we dock next week, I want you to see someone. The company has good doctors, they can..." "I don't need a shrink," I snapped. "I need someone to listen to me. Container 40876 isn't empty. There was a body in there and now it's gone. Someone cleaned it up, which means someone knows what happened. The container was sealed, Morgan. No one had been inside since it was loaded in Seattle." "Then check the footage," I insisted. "There must be security cameras covering that section." A flicker of something, discomfort, guilt, crossed Sullivan's face. "The cameras in that section have been malfunctioning for the past week. Maintenance is scheduled when we dock." Convenient, I thought, but didn't say. "What about the manifest? Who was supposed to receive that container?" "It's listed as, empty, returning to the shipper for reuse. Nothing unusual about that." I ran a hand through my hair, frustration building. "Captain, please, something isn't right here." Sullivan stood, signaling the end of our discussion. "Get some rest, Parker, that's an order. You're relieved of duty, until further notice." As I turned to leave, he added, "And stay away from that container, that's also an order." I spent the day in my quarters, pacing the small space like a caged animal. My mind kept returning to the container, to what I'd seen, or thought I'd seen. Had I imagined it all? Was I losing my grip on reality? No. The smell had been too real, the sight too vivid. Something had happened in that container, and for some reason everyone was pretending it hadn't. But why? What could be so terrible that the entire crew would participate in a cover-up, unless they didn't know? Unless only Sullivan and perhaps a few others were aware of what was really going on. Night fell, and with it came a growing sense of dread. I checked my watch constantly as the hours ticked by. 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m. At exactly 3:15 a.m. I heard it again. The scratching, faint but unmistakable, even through the walls of my cabin. But every night after that, at exactly 3:15 a.m., the scratching returned. No one else ever heard it. Or if they did, they never admitted it. I asked Williams, Ramirez, even, the newest crew members who had no reason to lie. They all looked at me with the same mixture of pity and unease, as if I were a bomb that might detonate at any moment. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. The scratching followed me everywhere, a phantom sound that burrowed into my brain and wouldn't let go. During the day, I would catch glimpses of something dark moving just at the edge of my vision, but when I turned to look, nothing was there. The crew started to avoid me. Conversations would stop when I entered a room. People would find excuses to be elsewhere when I was on duty. Even Jenkins, who'd been a friend since my first day on the Atlantic Voyager, kept his distance. A week passed. We were 3 days from port, 3 days from the end of this nightmare. I decided to file a formal report once we docked, to demand an investigation into what had happened in container Narger 40876. Someone had to listen to me. That morning, I found a note slipped under my door. The handwriting was cramped and unfamiliar. "Stay away from 40876. For your own good." No signature. I crumpled the note and threw it away, but the warning echoed in my mind. Someone else knew something. Someone else was afraid. It only strengthened my resolve. A week later, still plagued by those phantom sounds, I went back to the container in daylight. Not during my shift. Sullivan had made it clear I was to stay away, but during the brief period between watch changes, when the corridors would be mostly empty. The container looked the same as before, rusted, weathered, innocuous. The padlock gleamed dully in the harsh fluorescent lighting. Using my master key, I unlocked it again, bracing myself for the stench. Nothing. The air was stale but odorless. I stepped inside, sweeping my flashlight across the empty space. The metal walls reflected the beam back at me, cool and impersonal. No blood, no body, no evidence of the horror I'd witnessed. Had I imagined it all? I searched every inch, running my fingers along the cold steel. That's when I found it. Something small, wedged into a crack in the wall. A torn passport. The document was water damaged, the pages stuck together, but the cover was unmistakable. Dark blue with gold lettering. An American passport. I carefully pried it open. The name inside sent ice through my veins. Daniel Hayes, 28 years old, from Tacoma, Washington. The photo showed a young man with dark hair and serious eyes, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I recognized him immediately, though in the photo his face was intact, not the bloody ruin I'd seen in the container. A stowaway, reported missing 3 months ago, never found until now. My hands trembled as I tucked the passport into my pocket. Proof. Finally, something tangible to support my story. As I turned to leave, my flashlight caught something on the floor. A small, dark stain in one corner, almost invisible against the metal. I knelt down, running my finger across it. The substance flaked away, leaving a rusty smear on my skin. Dried blood. I'm the only one who knows what really happened in container 40876, and I'm the only one who still hears the scratching. Part 2. The discovery of Daniel Hayes' passport changed everything. No longer could I dismiss what I'd seen as hallucination or exhaustion. Someone had died in that container, had been murdered, most likely, and the evidence had been systematically erased. Except for one small oversight. A passport wedged into a crack where the cleanup crew had missed it. But who was responsible? And why would they go to such lengths to cover it up? I needed to be careful. If Sullivan or anyone else discovered I had been in the container against direct orders, I'd lose my job at best, at worst. Well, if someone on this ship was capable of murder, I had to assume they wouldn't hesitate to silence a potential witness. I kept the passport hidden in my quarters, tucked inside a hollowed-out book I'd brought for the journey, a thriller I'd never gotten around to reading. The irony wasn't lost on me. The Atlantic Voyager was due to dock in 2 days. I needed to gather as much information as possible before then. Once we reached port, I would take everything I'd found to the authorities, let them sort it out. That night, after my shift ended, I made my way to the ship's communications room. As security officer, I had access to all areas of the vessel, including the secure terminal that connected to the shipping company's central database. If I could, find out more about container number 44876, where it had come from, who had ordered it, who had loaded it, I might be able to piece together what had happened. The comms room was empty, as I'd hoped. The night shift officer, Thompson, was notorious for taking extended bathroom breaks that involved a flask of whiskey and a quiet corner of the engine room. I had perhaps 20 minutes before he returned. I logged into the terminal, my security, clearance granting me access to the shipping manifest. Container number 40876 appeared just as Sullivan had described it, empty, being returned to the shipping company after its last cargo had been delivered. But there was something odd about the paperwork. The container had supposedly been emptied in Seattle, then immediately loaded onto the Atlantic Voyager without inspection. That wasn't standard procedure. Empty containers were supposed to be checked for damage, cleaned, and certified before being sent back out. This one had bypassed all those steps. I dug deeper, looking for who had authorized the loading. The signature on the digital form was familiar. N. Sullivan, Captain. My heart raced. Sullivan had personally approved loading an uninspected container. Why? What was so special about NAR 40876? I was so engrossed in my search that I didn't hear the door open behind me. Find what you're looking for, Parker? I whirled around. Jenkins stood in the doorway, his bulky frame blocking the exit. His face was expressionless, but there was something in his eyes I'd never seen before. Something cold and calculating. Just checking some manifests, I said, trying to keep my voice casual. Thought I saw a discrepancy earlier. Jenkins stepped into the room, letting the door swing shut behind him. Funny time to be concerned about paperwork, especially for someone who's been relieved of duty. I stood up slowly, very aware of the distance between us and the lack of witnesses. I couldn't sleep. Thought I'd make myself useful. By digging into container to 40876, Jenkins moved closer, glancing at the screen. Captain Sullivan was very clear about that. You were to stay away. Why? I demanded, abandoning the pretense. What's so special about that container? What are you all hiding? Jenkins sighed, as if disappointed. I always liked you, Morgan. You were good at your job, kept to yourself, should have stayed that way. He reached behind him, and for a terrifying moment I thought he was going to pull out a weapon. Instead, he grabbed a chair and sat down, gesturing for me to do the same. Sit. We need to talk. I remained standing. I found Hayes's passport. If I expected shock or denial, I was disappointed. Jenkins merely nodded, unsurprised. I figured something like that might happen. You never could leave well enough alone. He was murdered, wasn't he? In that container. It's not that simple. Then explain it to me, I challenged. Jenkins leaned forward, hands clasped between his knees. What do you know about human trafficking, Parker? The question caught me off guard. What does that have to do with... Answer the question. I shrugged. It's a global problem. People smuggled across borders for labor, sex work, whatever. Horrible stuff. Horrible doesn't begin to cover it, Jenkins said quietly. These aren't just criminals we're talking about. They're monsters. They treat people like cargo. Worse than cargo. At least cargo gets delivered intact. A chill ran down my spine as the implications began to dawn on me. The Atlantic Voyager is involved in trafficking? Jenkins shook his head. Not officially, but there are crew members who supplement their income by looking the other way. Containers that don't get inspected, paperwork that disappears. Sullivan, I breathed. Among others. Jenkins wouldn't meet my eyes. It's been going on for years. Most of us don't ask questions, better not to know. But Hayes was an accident, Jenkins finished. He wasn't supposed to die. The container was packed with too many people, not enough air. By the time anyone realized something was wrong, it was too late. Hayes and 2 others had already suffocated. I felt sick. And the body I saw? The blood? Jenkins's expression darkened. That's where it gets complicated. The traffickers were supposed to clean up their mess before we docked. Take the bodies, sanitize the container. But they missed Hayes when you found him. He trailed off. When I found him, someone had to finish the job. I finished for him. Who? Jenkins didn't answer directly. You should have stayed in your quarters that night, Morgan. Let it go. Some things, once you know them, you can't unknow. I can't just forget what I saw. People died, Jenkins. People with families, with lives. And what will happen if you report this? Best case scenario, an investigation that goes nowhere because everyone involved has been paid off. Worst case, he left the threat hanging. Are you threatening me? Jenkins stood abruptly. I'm warning you. As a friend. Drop this. Forget what you saw. Forget Hayes. Or what? He moved to the door, pausing with his hand on the knob. There are worse things than dying in a container, Parker. Much worse. After he left, I sat in the silent comms room, my mind racing. Jenkins's story explained some things, the covered-up death, Sullivan's involvement, but not everything. Not the mangled body I'd seen torn apart in ways that simple suffocation couldn't account for. Not the bloody handprints, the desperate scratches on the inside of the door, and not the scratching sound that continued every night at 3:15 a.m. No, there was more to this story. Much more, and I was determined to uncover it all, no matter the cost. I returned to my quarters, checking carefully to ensure I wasn't followed. The passport was still hidden in my hollowed-out book, undisturbed. I sat on my bunk, turning the document over in my hands, studying Daniel Hayes's face. "What happened? To you?" I whispered to the photo. "What did they do to you?" As if in answer, a faint scratching sound came from the wall behind me. I froze, listening. It wasn't 3:15 yet. My watch showed just past midnight. But there it was again. Scratch, scratch, pause. Scratch, scratch, pause. Slowly, I turned toward the sound. The wall of my cabin separated me from the corridor beyond which lay... What? I tried to visualize the ship's layout in my mind. What was on the other side of this particular bulkhead? Then it hit me. My cabin was located directly above the cargo hold where container WMR 40876 was stored. The scratching grew louder, more insistent, no longer coming from the wall but from beneath my feet. From below, scratch, 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 scratch. I pressed my ear to the floor, listening. The sound was clearer now, unmistakable, fingernails on metal, desperate and rhythmic. And something else. A voice so faint I could barely make it out. "Help me!" I jerked back as if burned. The voice had been real, not in my head, not a product of overtired imagination. Someone was calling for help from the cargo hold, from container 40876. I grabbed my flashlight and master keys, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. If someone was trapped down there, if Hayes was somehow still alive, I had to help them. The ship was quiet as I made my way through the corridors, most of the crew asleep or occupied with their duties. I encountered no one on my way to the cargo hold, which struck me as unusual. Normally, there would be at least one security officer patrolling this area. The cargo hold was dimly lit, the overhead lights reduced to their nighttime setting. The containers loomed in the semi-darkness like monoliths, their steel surfaces gleaming dully. I made my way directly to number 40876, my flashlight beam dancing ahead of me. The container looked the same as always, rusted, weathered, sealed with a padlock. I pressed my ear against the cold metal, listening. Silence. Had I imagined the voice? The scratching? I was about to unlock the container when a noise behind me made me spin around, my heart leaping into my throat. A figure stood at the end of the row, half hidden in shadow. For a moment I thought it was Jenkins coming to warn me off again, but as the figure stepped forward into a pool of light, I saw it was Sullivan himself, his captain's uniform immaculate even at this late hour. "I told you to stay away from here, Parker." His voice was cold, devoid of its usual gruff warmth. I straightened, determined not to show fear. "I heard something, Captain. Someone calling for help." Sullivan's expression didn't change. "No one's down here but us." "I know what I heard." Sullivan took another step forward. I noticed he was wearing gloves. Odd, given the warmth of the ship's interior. "You've been under a lot of stress lately. Hearing things, seeing things, it's affected your judgment." "My judgment is fine," I retorted. "It's this ship that has problems, specifically this container." Sullivan's eyes narrowed. "What exactly are you implying?" I decided to lay my cards on the table. "I know about the trafficking, sir. Jenkins told me everything. How the Atlantic Voyager transports people in containers. How you and others look the other way. How Hayes and 2 others died." A flicker of surprise crossed Sullivan's face, quickly suppressed. "Jenkins has an overactive imagination. I found Hayes's passport," I pressed. "Hidden in this very container. Evidence that can't be explained away." Sullivan was silent for a long moment, studying me with cold, calculating eyes. Finally, he sighed. "You should have left it alone, Morgan. Some doors, once opened, can't be closed again." "People died, Captain. That demands justice." Justice, Sullivan repeated as if tasting the word. You have no idea what you're talking about. What happened in that container wasn't about justice. It wasn't even about money, not really. It was about power. Control. A chill ran down my spine. What are you saying? Sullivan moved closer, his voice dropping to a near whisper. Have you ever wondered why we transport empty containers, Parker? Why a company would pay good money to ship nothing but air across the ocean? I frowned, confused by the change in subject. For redistribution, logistics. That's what the paperwork says, Sullivan agreed. But some containers like MAR 40876 aren't really empty. They never have been. The traffickers aren't the ones you should be worried about. Sullivan cut me off. They're just middlemen, facilitators. The real problem is what they're facilitating. My confusion must have shown on my face because Sullivan smiled, a cold, humorless expression that didn't reach his eyes. You saw what was left of Hayes. Did that look like simple suffocation to you? I swallowed hard, remembering the mangled corpse I'd discovered. No, Sullivan echoed. Because it wasn't. Hayes didn't just die, Parker. He was consumed. Consumed? I repeated, the word feeling strange on my tongue. By what? Sullivan glanced at the container behind me, a flicker of something like fear crossing his face. By what's in there. By what's always been in there. Before I could respond, a new sound cut through the silence. A wet, slithering noise from inside the container. The metal walls seemed to vibrate, as if something massive were shifting inside, and then the scratching began again, louder than ever. Not the desperate scratching of human fingernails, but something else. Something with claws. I backed away from the container, bumping into Sullivan. The captain grabbed my arm, his grip like iron. Now you understand, he said quietly. This isn't about trafficking. It's about feeding. My mind reeled, unable to process what he was suggesting. Feeding? What are you talking about? Sullivan's eyes never left the container. Some cargo ships carry goods. Some carry people. The Atlantic Voyager carries something else. Something that needs to be fed regularly. The scratching intensified, the metal walls of the container beginning to bulge outward, as if something inside were pushing against them. We have an arrangement, Sullivan continued, his voice eerily calm. We provide what it needs, and in return, it ensures our ship never encounters storms, never runs aground, never suffers mechanical failures. Do you have any idea how valuable that is to a shipping company? How many millions saved in fuel, repairs, insurance? I shook my head, unable to believe what I was hearing. This is insane. You're saying there's some kind of creature in there that you feed people to? Not a creature, Sullivan corrected. Something older. Something that was here long before us and will be here long after. Something that hungers. The container groaned, the metal bending outward in ways that should have been impossible. The padlock rattled against its hasp as if something were testing the strength of the door. It's waking up, Sullivan murmured. It must have sensed you. It always knows when fresh meat is nearby. I wrenched my arm from his grasp. You're out of your mind. I'm reporting this as soon as we dock. All of it. Sullivan's expression hardened. We're not docking, Parker. At least, not on schedule. There's been a change of plans. The Atlantic Voyager is taking a detour to deeper waters. Why? Because it's hungry, Sullivan said simply, and you've activated it ahead of schedule. Now we need to feed it or it will break free and take the whole ship. I backed away, shaking my head. I don't believe any of this. You will, Sullivan promised. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a radio. Ramirez, Jenkins, cargo hold now. I didn't wait to hear the response. I turned and ran, my footsteps echoing on the metal deck. Behind me I heard Sullivan shout, but his words were drowned out by a new sound. A low, resonant groaning from inside container NARC 40876, like metal being torn apart by incredible force. I raced through the corridors, my mind frantically searching for options. Who could I trust? Where could I hide? The ship suddenly felt like a trap, a floating prison with nowhere to escape. I needed evidence, something concrete to show the authorities when, if, we reached port. The passport was a start, but I needed more. I needed to document what was happening, to capture proof of Sullivan's insanity and the apparent threat in container number 40876. As I rounded a corner, I collided with someone coming the other way. We both went down in a tangle of limbs. I scrambled to my feet, ready to flee, only to find myself looking into the startled face of Emma Chen, one of the engineering officers. "Morgan?" she gasped, picking herself up. "What the hell? You look like you've seen a ghost." I grabbed her arm. "Emma, you need to help me. Sullivan's lost his mind. There's something happening with container dimer 40876, and he's talking about feeding people to it and—" "Whoa, slow down," she interrupted, concern replacing surprise. "What are you talking about?" I took a deep breath, trying to organize my thoughts. "There's something on this ship, something dangerous. Sullivan knows about it. He's protecting it. People have died, Emma. And I think more will die if we don't do something." Emma studied my face, her expression guarded. "That container again? Morgan, we've been through this. It's empty." "It's not. I found evidence." The sound of running. Footsteps cut me off. Down the corridor, Jenkins and Ramirez appeared, moving quickly in our direction. Emma's eyes widened as she looked from them to me. "What did you do?" "Nothing. I know too much. They want to silence me." For a moment, Emma hesitated, indecision clear on her face. Then she made up her mind. "This way," she said, pulling me down a side corridor. "I know somewhere you can hide." Relief flooded through me. "Thank you." Emma led me through a maze of corridors, down several levels, and finally to a small storage room filled with maintenance equipment. "Wait here," she instructed. "I'll try to find out what's going on." "Be careful," I warned. "Sullivan's dangerous. And whatever's in that container, it's not normal, Emma. It's not natural." She nodded, her expression grave. "Lock the door behind me. Don't open it for anyone but me." After she left, I did as instructed, securing the door before sinking to the floor, my back against a crate of spare parts. My heart was still racing, adrenaline coursing through my system like electrical current. I didn't know how long I sat there in the darkness, listening to the distant hum of the ship's engines and the occasional creak of metal. Time seemed to stretch and contract unpredictably. I checked my watch. Nearly 2 a.m. I'd been hiding for less than an hour, though it felt like days. The passport was still in my pocket, my only tangible proof that Daniel Hayes had existed, had been on this ship, had died here. I pulled it out, running my fingers over the worn cover. In the dim emergency lighting of the storage room, Hayes's photo seemed to watch me with accusing eyes. "I'll get justice for you," I whispered. "I promise." A soft noise outside the door made me freeze. Footsteps, almost too quiet to hear, followed by the gentle scrape of something against metal. I held my breath, straining to listen. "Morgan?" Emma's voice barely audible through the thick door. "It's me. Open up." Relief washed over me. I scrambled to my feet and unlocked the door, pulling. It opened to find Emma standing there, her face pale in the dim corridor lighting. "Thank God," I breathed. "Did you find out anything?" Emma glanced nervously over her shoulder before slipping into the room. I closed and locked the door behind her. "Sullivan's got the whole security team looking for you," she said. "He's telling everyone you had some kind of breakdown, that you might be dangerous." "That's ridiculous. I'm not the dangerous one here." "I know." Emma hesitated, biting her lip. "I went down to the cargo hold after I left you, to container Takunda 40876. My blood ran cold. "You what?" "Emma, that wasn't safe." "I had to see for myself," she interrupted. "After what you said, I couldn't. Just take your word for it. I needed to know." I studied her face, searching for signs of trauma or disbelief. "And what did you find?" "Nothing." Her answer was quiet, almost apologetic. "The container was locked. No sounds, no movement, nothing unusual. My heart sank. It was active when I was there. Sullivan saw it too. The walls were bulging. There were noises. "I believe you," Emma said quickly. "That's what's so strange. It's like it only manifests under certain conditions." "At 3:15, I murmured. "That's when I always hear the scratching." Emma checked her watch. "That's about an hour from now." We looked at each other. The same thought, clearly occurring to both of us. "We need to document it," I said. "Get proof. Something concrete to show the authorities when we dock." "If we dock," Emma corrected grimly. "Sullivan's ordered a course change. We're heading farther out to sea, away from shipping lanes, just as Sullivan had threatened." My mouth went dry. "We need to contact someone. Coast Guard, company headquarters, anyone." "Communications are down," Emma reported. "Sullivan says it's a technical issue, but..." She shrugged, the implication clear. "He's isolating the ship," I realized. "Making sure no one can interfere with whatever he's planning." Emma nodded. "But he can't cut off everything. The emergency beacon is on a separate system. If we can activate it, it would bring help," I finished. "But it's on the bridge, isn't it? Heavily guarded?" "There's a backup in the lifeboat station," Emma said. "Standard protocol, and I have access. Engineering privileges." Hope flickered to life within me. "Then that's our plan. Activate the beacon, get help, and in the meantime, gather evidence about what's happening with container now 40876. "I have this," Emma said, pulling a small digital camera from her pocket. "Not great quality, but better than nothing." I squeezed her shoulder gratefully. "You're taking a huge risk helping me. Why?" Emma's expression darkened. "Because this isn't the first time something strange has happened on this ship. Last voyage, a junior engineer disappeared. Official report said he fell overboard during a storm, but..." She shook her head. "There was no storm, and he wasn't the type to go out on deck alone at night." "Another feeding," I whispered, Sullivan's words echoing in my mind. "I don't know what's going on," Emma admitted, "but I know it's wrong. And I know you're not crazy, Morgan." We waited in the storage room, watching the minutes tick by on our watches. At 3 a.m. we made our move, slipping out into the corridor and making our way carefully toward the cargo hold. The ship seemed unnaturally quiet, the usual ambient noises muffled, as if the Atlantic Voyager itself were holding its breath. We reached the cargo hold without incident, which immediately struck me as suspicious. Where were the security patrols Sullivan had supposedly sent out to find me? "This feels wrong," I whispered to Emma as we approached container number 40876. "It's too easy," she nodded, camera already in hand. "Maybe they're waiting for 3:15 too." The container looked the same as always, rusted, weathered, sealed with a heavy padlock. No sign of the bulging metal I'd seen earlier. No sounds from within. We positioned ourselves behind a stack of crates about 20 feet away, giving us a clear view while providing some cover. 3 minutes, Emma murmured, checking her watch. The seconds crawled by, each one stretching into eternity. My palms were sweating, my heart hammering against my ribs. I could feel my pulse in my temples, a steady drumbeat of fear. 1 minute, Emma whispered. I found myself holding my breath, eyes fixed on the container. Would anything happen? Had I imagined it all, as Sullivan wanted everyone to believe? "Now," Emma breathed, as her watch ticked over to 3:15 a.m. For several seconds, nothing happened. The container sat motionless, silent. I began to feel a creeping doubt. What if... Then it began. First, the faint sound of scratching, so quiet we might have missed it if we weren't listening for it. Then, gradually increasing in volume, a wet, sliding noise like something massive shifting in a pool of viscous liquid. The walls of the container began to vibrate, subtle at first, then more pronounced. The metal seemed to ripple, as if it were cloth being blown by wind rather than solid steel. "Are you getting this?" I hissed to Emma, who nodded, her camera trained on the container. The scratching grew louder, more frantic. Not human fingernails, Now but something harder, sharper. Claws on metal, scraping with increasing desperation, and then came the voices. "Help us. Please let us out. We can't breathe in here." Multiple voices, men and women, overlapping in a chorus of terror and pain. They seemed to come from everywhere at once, surrounding us, pressing in on us from all sides. "Jesus," Emma whispered, her face pale in the dim light. "What is that?" Before I could answer, the container gave a violent lurch. The padlock snapped, metal shearing like it was made of paper. The doors began to strain against their hinges, bulging outward as if under enormous pressure from within. And in the widening gap between the doors, I caught a glimpse of what waited inside. Darkness. Not the absence of light, but something more fundamental. A void that seemed to absorb all light, all sound, all hope. And within that darkness, movement, sinuous, writhing shapes that defied natural geometry, twisting in ways that hurt my eyes to follow. Emma gasped beside me, the camera trembling in her hands. "What is?" The rest of her question was lost as the container doors burst open with a sound like thunder. What emerged wasn't a creature, not in any sense I could comprehend. It was as if a piece of the night sky had torn free and fallen to earth. A churning mass of darkness shot through with flickers of something that resembled lightning, but wasn't light at all. It poured out of the container like liquid, spreading across the floor of the cargo hold in a glistening tide. And as it moved, it revealed what lay behind it, still partially inside the container. Bodies. Dozens of them, tangled together in a grotesque mass of limbs and torsos. Some looked fresh, others in various states of decay. All bore signs of the same violence I'd seen inflicted on Hayes. Torn flesh, exposed bone, body parts rearranged in impossible configurations. At the center of this nightmare tableau, something pulsed. A heart the size of a car, beating with obscene vitality. Veins and arteries stretching out to connect with each corpse, feeding on them, drawing sustenance from their remains. "Run!" I choked out, grabbing Emma's arm. "We need to run. Now!" But it was too late. The darkness had already encircled us, cutting off our escape. It rose in tendrils around our feet, cold as the deepest ocean trench, radiating a malevolence that was almost tangible. "Well done, Parker." Sullivan's voice came from behind us. "You've awakened it completely now." We spun around to find the captain standing there, flanked by Jenkins and Ramirez. All three men wore expressions of grim resignation. "What have you done?" I demanded, my voice shaking with fear and rage. "What is that thing?" Sullivan's eyes were fixed on the writhing darkness. "We didn't do anything. It's been here all along, traveling these waters since before humans learned to sail them. The natives called it thalassophage, the sea-eater." "That's insane," Emma protested. "That's the truth," Sullivan cut her off. "It attaches itself to ships, feeds on the crew, grows stronger. In the old days, they called them ghost ships, vessels found adrift with no one aboard, or with the crew dead under mysterious circumstances." "The Mary Celeste," I murmured, remembering the famous maritime mystery. Sullivan nodded. "Among others. But the Atlantic Voyager is different. We made a deal." "A deal?" Emma's voice was incredulous. "With that thing? It's not mindless." Jenkins spoke up, his usual gruff demeanor replaced by something like reverence. "It can communicate, after a fashion. It made us understand. Regular feeding, in exchange for safe passage. No storms, no pirates, no mechanical failures. You're feeding it, people," I said, disgust rising in my throat. "Innocent people like Hayes. Sacrifices must be made," Sullivan said calmly. "One container of refugees every voyage, in exchange, for the safety of the ship and its cargo. Do you have any idea how much money the company saves? How many lives are spared when ships don't sink in storms or run aground? That doesn't justify murder." "It's not murder." Ramirez spoke for the first time, his voice flat. "It's survival, the balance of the sea." The darkness continued to writhe. Around us, tendrils reaching higher, brushing against our legs with a touch that burned like dry ice. From the container, the chorus of voices had grown louder, more desperate. "Help us! We're still alive in here! Please, don't leave us!" Emma clutched my arm, her nails digging into my skin. Those voices, are they real? Are there still people alive in there? Not anymore, Sullivan said softly. What you're hearing are echoes, memories absorbed by the thalassophage as it fed. It keeps them, uses them to lure new prey. The thought made me sick. Those weren't just voices. They were the final moments of terror experienced by the thalassophage's victims, preserved and replayed like some grotesque recording. You can't possibly believe this is right, I said to Sullivan. You're condemning innocent people to this. I believed as you do once, the captain replied, his eyes distant. When I first discovered what was happening on this ship, I was horrified. I tried to stop it, to expose it. A bitter smile touched his lips. The previous captain showed me the consequences of interference. What happened? The thalassophage broke free, consumed half the crew before it could be contained again. We lost 37 people that day. Sullivan's voice was hollow. I learned my lesson. Better to feed it what it wants on our terms than to let it choose its own victims. As he spoke, I noticed something disturbing. The darkness was behaving differently around Sullivan and the others. Where it reached for Emma and me with hungry tendrils, it seemed to avoid the 3 crew members, flowing around them like water around stones. It recognizes you, I realized. It knows you're not food. We've marked ourselves, Jenkins explained, pulling up his sleeve to reveal a strange tattoo on his forearm. A pattern of interlocking circles and lines that seemed to shift and move as I looked at it. An ancient symbol. The thalassophage respects it. This is your choice, Parker, Sullivan said, his voice taking on an almost reasonable tone. Join us, accept the mark, help maintain the balance, or... He didn't need to finish the sentence. The alternative was writhing around our feet, hungry and patient. Emma's camera was still recording, capturing everything. If we could somehow get that footage off the ship, expose what was happening here. But first, we had to survive. What about her? I nodded toward Emma, playing for time. Does she get the same choice? Sullivan's expression softened slightly. Of course. The thalassophage always needs caretakers. People to ensure it's properly fed, properly contained. And if we refuse? The captain shrugged. Then you become part of the next feeding. It's quite simple. The darkness was climbing higher now, reaching our waists, cold tendrils brushing against my hands, my arms. Each touch left behind a burning sensation, like frostbite setting in. I glanced at Emma, trying to communicate silently. We needed a distraction. Something to give us a chance to escape. She gave an almost imperceptible nod, her free hand slowly moving toward her pocket. How do we get the mark? I asked Sullivan, taking a step forward. What's involved? Sullivan seemed pleased by my apparent capitulation. It's a simple ceremony. Blood offering, declaration of service. The thalassophage does the rest. And it works? The mark actually protects you? Completely, Jenkins confirmed. You could swim in that darkness and emerge unscathed. I took another step forward, drawing their attention. Behind me, I felt rather, then saw Emma pull something from her pocket, a small aerosol can. Emergency flare marker. Standard equipment for engineering crews working in the lower decks. I need to think about this, I said, stalling. It's a lot to process. Sullivan's expression hardened. There's no time for contemplation, Parker. The thalassophage is fully awake now. It needs to feed. Either you join us, or you join them. He gestured toward the container and its grisly contents. Now, Morgan, Emma shouted, and I ducked as she sprayed the flare marker directly at the 3 men. The chemical compound ignited on contact with air, creating a brilliant red flame that temporarily blinded Sullivan and the others. In the same moment, the darkness recoiled from the sudden light, creating a gap in its encircling tendrils. We ran, pushing past the disoriented crew members, heading for the exit. The darkness surged after us, faster than seemed possible, a wave of cold malevolence that nipped at our heels with each step. Behind us, Sullivan's voice rose in a furious shout. Stop them! They'll doom us all! We burst through the cargo hold doors and slammed them shut, Emma quickly engaging the emergency lockdown system with her engineering override. Steel bolts slid into place with a reassuring thunk. That won't hold them for long, she panted, already moving toward the corridor. Where to? Lifeboat station, I decided. We activate the emergency beacon, then get off this ship. We raced through the corridors, the ship's labyrinthine layout both a hindrance and a help. It slowed our progress, but it would slow our pursuers as well. The lifeboat station was located on the port side of the main deck, a small room containing the controls for the ship's 6 emergency vessels. As Emma had promised, a backup emergency beacon was housed in a red case on the wall. She immediately went to work, entering her access code to unlock the case. This will broadcast our position and an SOS to every ship and coastal station within 200 miles, she explained, pulling out the compact device. Once it's activated, Sullivan won't be able to shut it off remotely. How long until someone responds? Emma's expression was grim. Depends on who's in range. Could be hours. Hours we didn't have. Not with Sullivan, Jenkins, and Ramirez hunting us. Not with the thalassophage awake and hungry. Activate it, I said. Then we take a lifeboat. Get as far from the Atlantic Voyager as possible. Emma nodded, her fingers dancing across the beacon's keypad. A green light blinked on, followed by a steady beeping sound. Done. Now for the lifeboat. We moved to the control panel that would deploy one of the 6 emergency vessels. Emma entered another code and a confirmation message appeared on the small screen. Lifeboat 3 prepped for launch, she read. We need to get to the starboard deck midship, that's where it'll be waiting. We were about to leave when a thought struck me. The camera, I said. We need to make sure that footage survives, even if we don't. Emma handed me the camera. What are you thinking? I looked around the room searching for options. My eyes fell on a small metal cabinet labeled Emergency Communications. Inside were flares, a hand-cranked radio, and, most importantly, a waterproof case designed to protect critical documents. Perfect, I murmured, removing the camera's memory card and placing it in the case along with Hayes's passport. I sealed it carefully, then tucked it inside my jacket. If anything happens to us, this case will float. It's bright orange. Someone will spot it. Emma squeezed my hand. Nothing's going to happen to us. We're getting off this ship. I wished. I shared her confidence. We made our way to the starboard deck, moving as quietly as possible. The night air was cold and damp, the sea a vast blackness stretching to the horizon. No other ships were visible, no lights to indicate civilization. Sullivan had indeed taken us far from the shipping lanes. Lifeboat 3 hung from its davits, ready for deployment. A small, self-contained vessel capable of holding 20 people in an emergency, it looked absurdly large for just the 2 of us. I'll release the mechanism, Emma said, moving toward the control panel. You stand by to board as soon as it's level with the deck. I positioned myself by the railing, watching as Emma activated the deployment sequence. The lifeboat began to lower, the electric motors humming softly. That's when I heard it, the scratching sound coming from directly behind me. I whirled around, expecting to see Sullivan or one of the others. Instead, I found myself facing a wall of darkness rising from the deck like a living tidal wave. The thalassophage had escaped the cargo hold. Emma, I shouted. Run! She looked up, her eyes widening in horror as she saw what confronted me. The darkness surged forward, engulfing me before I could move. Cold beyond imagining wrapped around my body, seeping into my clothes, my skin, my very bones. And with the cold came the voices. Hundreds of them, thousands, all screaming in terror and pain. Hayes was among them, his voice distinctive in its desperation. Help me. Please, God, help me. I tried to run, to fight, but my limbs wouldn't respond. The darkness was inside me now, freezing my blood, slowing my heart. I could feel it probing my mind, sifting through my memories, my fears. Through a haze of encroaching unconsciousness, I saw Emma racing toward me, her face a mask of determination and fear. She had something in her hand, a flare, already ignited, burning with fierce red light. She thrust it into the darkness surrounding me. and the thalassophage recoiled with a sound like 1,000 voices screaming in unison. The cold receded, allowing me to stagger forward into Emma's waiting arms. "The lifeboat," she gasped, supporting my weight as we lurched toward the railing. "Almost there." The darkness recovered quickly, flowing across the deck in pursuit. We reached the lifeboat just as it leveled with the deck, practically falling inside. Emma slammed her hand against the emergency release, and the small vessel dropped the remaining few feet to the water with a jarring splash. The engine started automatically, the lifeboat's navigation system already programmed to move away from the main vessel in case of emergency. We began to pull away from the Atlantic Voyager, the distance between us growing with agonizing slowness. On the deck above, figures appeared at the railing. Sullivan, Jenkins, and several others I didn't recognize. They watched our escape with expressions I couldn't read in the darkness. "They're not following," Emma noted, her voice tight with tension. "Why aren't they following?" I had no answer, but a growing sense of dread filled me as we continued to move away from the ship. Something wasn't right. The escape had been too easy. The lifeboat's motor hummed steadily, carrying us further from the Atlantic Voyager. I watched as the ship grew smaller in the distance, its lights like stars against the night sky. "We did it," Emma breathed, slumping onto one of the benches. "We got away." I wasn't so sure. My encounter with the thalassophage had left me shaken, my body still fighting off the numbing cold that had penetrated to my core. But more than that, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were still in danger. "The beacon," I said suddenly. "Is it still transmitting?" Emma checked the small receiver she'd brought with her. "Signal's strong. Help should be on the way." "How far are we from shipping lanes?" "From land?" She frowned, consulting the lifeboat's navigation system. "Hard to tell exactly. Sullivan took us way off course, at least 100 miles from the nearest regular shipping route. Maybe twice that to the coast. 100 miles of open ocean, in a lifeboat with limited fuel, limited supplies, and something in the water that could move from ship to ship. I moved to the side of the boat, staring down into the black water. Was it my imagination? Or was there something moving beneath the surface? A darker shadow within the darkness, keeping pace with our small vessel. "Emma," I said quietly. "Come look at this." She joined me at the railing, following my gaze to the water below. For several seconds she saw nothing. Then a ripple disturbed the surface, spreading outward in a pattern that was decidedly not natural. "Is that—" Before she could finish, the water erupted. Not in a violent splash, but in a controlled surge, as if the ocean itself were rising up to meet us. Darkness poured over the side of the lifeboat, the same writhing, hungry darkness we'd encountered on the ship. The thalassophage had followed us. "The flares!" I shouted, scrambling for the emergency kit. "Get the flares!" Emma was already moving, tearing open the supply locker. She grabbed a flare gun, loaded it with trembling hands, and fired into the advancing darkness. The bright red light exploded against the thalassophage, driving it back momentarily. But there was too much of it, coming from all sides now, surrounding our small vessel in a living whirlpool of cold and hunger. "It's hurting us," Emma realized, firing another flare, "driving us back toward the ship." She was right. Despite the motor's continued operation, we were changing course, being pushed or pulled back toward the Atlantic Voyager. The ship now loomed, larger in our vision, its light seeming to watch us with malevolent intent. I grabbed the radio, tuning it to the emergency frequency. "Mayday, mayday. This is Morgan Parker of the cargo ship Atlantic Voyager. We are under attack." I broke off, suddenly aware of how insane I would sound to anyone listening. "We need immediate assistance. Our coordinates are—" The radio died. In my hands, not with the usual static of interference, but with a silence so complete it felt intentional. In the same moment, the lifeboat's engine sputtered and died. We were drifting now at the mercy of the currents, and the thalassophage. The darkness continued to circle us, occasional tendrils reaching up to brush against the hull, testing, probing. "What do we do?" Emma whispered, clutching the now useless flare gun. I had no answer. The Atlantic Voyager grew larger as we drifted toward it, pulled by invisible forces. On its deck, figures moved, preparing for our return. That's when I remembered the waterproof case still tucked inside my jacket. The memory card, the passport, evidence that might survive even if we didn't. I pulled it out, checking the seal to ensure it was watertight. If anything happens, I told Emma, this needs to reach someone who can expose what's happening here. She nodded, understanding immediately. We were out of options, out of time. The thalassophage was closing in, the darkness rising around our small vessel like walls of living night. I clutched the case to my chest, my other arm wrapped around Emma. We watched in helpless terror as the darkness began to pour over the sides of the lifeboat, reaching for us with hungry tendrils. The last thing I remember before the cold engulfed us was Sullivan standing at the railing of the Atlantic Voyager, watching our capture with an expression not of triumph, but of profound, ancient sorrow. I don't know how long I was unconscious. Minutes, hours, possibly days. Time had lost all meaning in the consuming darkness that had swallowed Emma and me. I awoke to find myself back on the Atlantic Voyager, lying on the cold metal floor of the cargo hold. My clothes were soaked with seawater, my body aching as if I'd been dragged across miles of rough terrain. Every breath sent daggers of pain through my chest. Emma lay beside me, still unconscious, her face pale, but her chest rising and falling with steady breaths. Alive, at least for now. We weren't alone. Sullivan stood a few feet away, flanked by Jenkins and Ramirez. All three men looked grim, exhausted, as if they too had been through some ordeal. "Welcome back, Parker," the captain said, his voice hollow. "You've caused quite a commotion." I tried to sit up, wincing at the pain that shot through my limbs. What happened?" "The thalassophage returned you to us," Sullivan replied, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. "It always returns what belongs to it." "We don't belong to it," I spat, anger giving me strength. "We're not cattle to be herded." Sullivan's expression didn't change. "That's where you're wrong. We all belong to it. Have since the moment we set foot on this ship. The only choice we have is whether we serve willingly or unwillingly." I looked around, suddenly aware of where exactly we were. Container DARS 40876 loomed behind Sullivan, its doors now sealed shut once more. The darkness was contained again, at least temporarily. "Why bring us back?" I asked. "Why not just consume us out there?" "It needs to feed properly," Jenkins answered when Sullivan remained silent. "In its container, with the right rituals. What you saw before, the body, the blood, that was just the preparation. The real consumption happens deeper, more completely. The implications made my stomach turn. And now we're to be the main course, is that it?" "Not necessarily," Sullivan said quietly. "I told you before, Parker. You have a choice. Join us. Accept the mark. Help maintain the balance. Or die." He nodded once. "Those are the only options now. The thalassophage has tasted you. It won't let you leave again." I glanced at Emma, still unconscious beside me. "And her?" "The same choice," Sullivan confirmed. "Though I should warn you, the ceremony is difficult. Not everyone survives it. The thalassophage must test your commitment." My mind raced, searching for options, for some way out of this nightmare. The emergency beacon was still active somewhere out there. If we could just stall long enough, maybe help would arrive. "What exactly does this ceremony entail?" I asked, playing for time. Sullivan seemed to sense my strategy. "It won't work. Parker, no help is coming. The beacon signal has been neutralized." "How?" A thin smile crossed the captain's face. "The thalassophage has many abilities. Disrupting electronic signals is among the least of them." Emma stirred beside me, a low moan escaping her lips as she regained consciousness. Her eyes fluttered open, confusion giving way to fear as she remembered where we were and what had happened. "Morgan?" She reached for my hand, her grip surprisingly strong. "Are we still alive?" I finished for her. "For now." Sullivan cleared his throat. I'll give you some time to discuss your options, but not too much time. The thalassophage is hungry, and if you won't serve it one way, you'll serve it another. He nodded to Jenkins and Ramirez, and the three men moved toward the exit. Wait, I called after them. The waterproof case. Where is it? Sullivan paused, turning back with an expression of mild curiosity. Case? I don't know what you're talking about. He was lying. I could see it in his eyes. But why lie about something so trivial? Unless... The evidence, I said, realization dawning. Hayes's passport. The footage of the thalassophage. You can't find it, can you? A flicker of anger crossed Sullivan's face. Whatever game you're playing, Parker, it won't save you. You have 1 hour to decide. After that, he glanced meaningfully at container NYAR 40876, then left without another word, Jenkins and Ramirez following close behind. The heavy door of the cargo hold slammed shut, followed by the unmistakable sound of a lock engaging. We were prisoners now, trapped with the very thing we'd been trying to escape. Are you okay? I asked Emma, helping her sit up. She nodded weakly. Been better. You? Same. I glanced around the cargo hold, assessing our situation. No obvious means of escape, no weapons, just us and a container full of ancient, hungry darkness. Did you see what happened to the case? Emma frowned, concentrating. When the thalassophage attacked the lifeboat, I think you dropped it. It might still be out there, floating. A small hope, but better than nothing. If the case survived, if someone found it, maybe our story wouldn't die with us. What do we do now? Emma asked, her voice small but determined. We buy time, I decided. The beacon was active for at least a short while. Someone might have picked up the signal. And if they find the case... A lot of ifs, Emma noted, but she nodded in agreement. So we pretend to consider their offer? Exactly. The longer we can stall, the better our chances. We sat in silence for a few minutes, each lost in our own thoughts. The container loomed before us, outwardly innocuous but containing something beyond our comprehension. Occasionally I thought I could hear faint scratching from inside, but it might have been my imagination. Do you think it's true? Emma asked suddenly. What Sullivan said about the thalassophage protecting the ship? About the balance? I considered the question carefully. I think Sullivan believes it's true. Whether it actually is, I don't know. Maybe it's just a monster that's learned to manipulate humans into feeding it, like a parasite that can control its host's behavior, Emma suggested. Exactly. Or maybe it really is some kind of ancient entity, something that's been making deals with sailors for centuries. I shrugged. Either way, it doesn't justify murder. Emma stared at the container, her expression troubled. What I don't understand is why it needs the container at all. If it can move through water, follow the ship, why stay confined? It was a good question, one I hadn't considered. Maybe it's not confinement, I said slowly, thinking it through. Maybe it's, I don't know, a focal point? A door between our world and wherever it comes from? A portal? Emma murmured. That would explain why it always returns to the container. Why it can't just exist permanently in our world. The idea sent chills down my spine. If the container was indeed some kind of doorway, what would happen if it were destroyed? Would the thalassophage be cut off from our world, or released into it completely? The scratching from inside the container grew louder, more insistent. Not my imagination this time. Emma heard it too, her head turning sharply toward the sound. It's awake again, she whispered. The scratching intensified, joined by the wet, slithering noise I'd heard before. The container walls began to vibrate, the metal rippling in ways that defied physics. The padlock rattled against its hasp, the entire structure straining as if under enormous pressure from within. We need to get out of here, Emma said, scrambling to her feet. I followed suit, wincing at the pain that still radiated through my body. The door's locked, remember? There must be another way. She scanned the cargo hold desperately. Ventilation shaft, maintenance access, anything. Before I could respond, a new sound cut through the scratching, the unmistakable groan of metal giving way. We turned in unison to see the container doors bulging outward, the hinges straining to breaking point. With a sound like a thunderclap, the left door tore free, crashing to the floor. Darkness poured out of the opening, not flowing like liquid, this time, but erupting like a geyser, a column of writhing shadows that reached toward the ceiling. "Run!" I grabbed Emma's hand, pulling her toward the far corner of the cargo hold. It was a futile gesture. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. But instinct drove me to put as much distance as possible between us and that ancient hunger. The darkness spread across the ceiling, filling the upper portion of the cargo, hold like storm clouds heavy with malice. Tendrils began to descend, probing, searching. "What does it want?" Emma whispered, pressing her back against the wall. "Why doesn't it just take us?" "It's playing with us," I realized. Like a cat, with mice. As if in response to my words, the darkness began to take shape. Not a single form, but many. Human silhouettes, dozens of them, emerging from the writhing mass like sculptures being revealed from clay. I recognized Hayes among them, his features, distorted but unmistakable. The others were strangers, men and women of various ages, all bearing expressions of absolute terror. "Oh God," Emma breathed. "Are those—" "Its victims," I finished for her. "Everyone it's consumed." The figures began to move, stepping down from the main mass to surround us. They weren't solid, I could see through them to the walls beyond, but they moved with horrible purpose, their feet making no sound as they crossed the metal floor. Hayes's shade was the first to reach us. His mouth opened, but what emerged wasn't his voice. It was older, deeper, resonating with 1,000 other voices beneath it. "Serve or be consumed," it said, the words seeming to bypass my ears and vibrate directly in my skull. "Choose." The other shades took up the refrain, their voices joining in a chorus that was both beautiful and terrifying. "Serve or be consumed. Choose, choose, choose." Emma's hand found mine, squeezing tightly. "Morgan," she whispered, "what do we do?" I had no answer. The shades continued to close in, their forms becoming more solid with each step. I could smell them now, not the stench of decay I'd experienced before, but something older, colder, like the bottom of the ocean, where no light has ever penetrated. "You have seen," Hayes's shade continued. "You know. You cannot unknow. Serve or be consumed." "We'll serve," I heard myself say, the words coming unbidden to my lips. "Just don't hurt her." Emma's grip on my hand tightened painfully. "Morgan, no." The Hayes thing tilted its head, a gesture so human it was more disturbing than comforting. "Both serve. Both bear the mark, or both feed the hunger." "What does serving entail exactly?" I asked, playing for time. "What would you have us do?" The shade's form rippled, becoming less distinct. "Maintain the balance, feed when needed. Protect the doorway." "The container," Emma murmured. I was right. It is a portal. "The threshold," the shade corrected. "Between the above and the below. Between the dry world and the wet. Between light and dark." "And if we serve," I pressed, "we live? We're free to go when the ship docks?" A sound emanated from the shade, something that might have been laughter in a human throat. "Never free, bound to the threshold, bound to the hunger, but alive, preserved." The implications sank in slowly. If we accepted, we wouldn't just be helping to feed the thalassophage, we would be bound to it, possibly for life, traveling with it, serving it, ensuring it was properly fed. "And if we refuse?" Emma asked, her voice stronger than I expected. "The Shade's form shifted again, elongating, becoming less human and more something else, something with too many limbs, too many eyes. "Then you join us." part of the hunger. Forever. The other shades moved closer, their forms also changing, becoming a nightmare gallery of distorted humanity. Hands became claws, mouths stretched impossibly wide, eyes multiplied and shifted position. They were showing us what awaited if we refused. I looked at Emma, saw the fear in her eyes, but also the determination. She gave a small nod, a silent communication passing between us. Whatever happened, we would face it together. We need time to discuss, I told the haze thing, surprised at how steady my voice sounded. Privately. The shade considered this, its too many eyes blinking in unsynchronized patterns. Time is different below. Faster, slower. You have until the hourglass empties. It gestured, and in the center of the circle formed by the shades, darkness coalesced into the shape of an hourglass. Sand or something that resembled sand began to flow from top to bottom, glittering with an inner light that seemed to mock the darkness surrounding it. Choose wisely, the haze thing said, its form beginning to dissolve back into the greater mass of darkness. The other shades followed suit, retreating to the ceiling, leaving us alone with the spectral hourglass. I waited until the darkness had fully withdrawn to the upper portion of the cargo hold before turning to Emma. Are you okay? She nodded, though her face was pale. That was... I don't have words for what that was. I know. I glanced at the hourglass. Perhaps a third of the sand had already fallen. We don't have much time. To do what? Emma asked. It's not like we have real options here. Serve that thing or be consumed by it. There's always another choice, I insisted, though I wasn't sure I believed it myself. We just need to find it. I began to pace, my mind racing. The thalassophage had called the container a threshold, a doorway between worlds. If we could somehow close that doorway, send the entity back to wherever it came from. The container, I said suddenly. It's the key to all of this, not just a doorway but a prison, a way of controlling the thalassophage, keeping it contained except when it needs to feed. Emma followed my line of thought. If we could destroy the container, we might free it completely, I cautioned, or we might cut it off from our world, entirely. It's a gamble. A gamble is better than certain death, Emma pointed out. Or a lifetime of servitude to that thing. She was right. We had nothing to lose by trying, but how to destroy a steel shipping container from inside a locked cargo hold, with no tools and no weapons? I scanned our surroundings more carefully. The cargo hold contained other containers, various pieces of equipment used for securing cargo, a fire suppression system. The fire suppression system, of course. Emma, I said quietly, what would happen if there was a fire in the cargo hold? She frowned, considering. Standard procedure is to seal the affected area and flood it with CO2 to smother the flames. If that fails, they'd use the ship's sprinkler system. And if both those fail? Her eyes widened as she realized what I was suggesting. They'd have to jettison the affected cargo, drop it into the sea. Exactly what we needed. If we could create a fire serious enough to threaten the ship, but controlled enough not to kill us in the process, the crew would have no choice but to dump container number 40876 overboard. How do we start a fire big enough to trigger the protocols? I asked. Emma thought for a moment. The hydraulic system for the cargo doors uses flammable fluid under high pressure. If we could rupture one of the line, can you do it? She nodded. I'm an engineer, remember? Breaking things is part of the job description. I glanced up at the ceiling. The darkness seemed to have retreated further into the container, perhaps, to conserve energy or to give us the illusion of privacy while we made our choice. The hourglass continued to drain, more than half the sand now in the bottom chamber. We need to hurry, I said, before it realizes what we're planning. Emma moved to one of the walls, examining the hydraulic systems that controlled the massive cargo bay doors. I kept watch on the container and the darkness lurking within, ready to warn her if it showed signs of activity. After a few minutes of careful examination, Emma located what she was looking for, a high-pressure hydraulic line running along the base of the wall. This is it, she said quietly. If I can rupture this, the fluid will spray across the room. highly flammable, under enough pressure to reach the container. How do we ignite it? She reached into her pocket, pulling out a small butane lighter. Emergency kit from the lifeboat. Not much, but it should be enough to start a reaction. The timing has to be perfect, I warned. We rupture the line, ignite the spray, and then get as far from the container as possible. If the thalassophage realizes what we're doing before the fire takes hold. Emma nodded, her expression grim but determined. I'll handle the line. You take the lighter. On my signal, ignite the spray, then run for the far corner. She knelt beside the hydraulic line, examining it for the weakest point. Using a piece of metal she'd prized from a nearby fixture, she began to work at a joint where two sections of the line connected. Almost there, she murmured after several tense minutes. Get ready. I positioned myself a few feet away, lighter in hand, watching as she applied increasing pressure to the joint. With a sudden hiss, the line ruptured, sending a fine spray of hydraulic fluid arcing across the cargo hold. Now, Emma shouted, diving away from the spray. I flicked the lighter, the flame catching the mist of hydraulic fluid in midair. With a whoosh, fire raced along the spray, following it back to the source. The ruptured line became a flamethrower, directing a stream of fire directly toward container 40876. The darkness reacted immediately, roiling and churning as the flames approached. From deep within the container came a sound like no human throat could produce. A scream of rage and fear that vibrated through the metal floor beneath our feet. We ran for the far corner of the cargo hold, taking shelter behind a stack of empty containers. The fire spread quickly, feeding on the continuous spray of hydraulic fluid. Alarms began to blare throughout the ship, emergency lights flashing red in the smoke-filled air. From our position, we could see the flames engulfing container 4876, the metal beginning to glow red with heat. The darkness within seemed to be fighting back, tendrils extending to smother the flames only to recoil as the fire consumed them. It's working, Emma breathed, her face illuminated by the growing inferno. The fire's containing it. The cargo hold door burst open, Sullivan and several crew members appearing with fire extinguishers. They froze at the sight that greeted them. Not just the fire, but the writhing darkness visible within it, fighting for survival. "What have you done?" Sullivan roared, his voice barely audible over the alarms and the roar of the flames. The fire suppression system activated, CO2 flooding into the cargo hold in an attempt to smother the flames. But the hydraulic line continued to feed the fire, the chemical suppressant doing little to diminish its intensity. "We have to evacuate," one of the crew shouted. "The fire's out of control." Sullivan stood transfixed, watching as his carefully maintained balance collapsed around him. The container was beginning to warp from the heat, its walls bulging outward not from internal pressure this time, but from the structural failure of the metal itself. "Jettison it," Jenkins urged, appearing beside Sullivan. "We have to jettison the container before the whole ship goes up." "Still." Sullivan hesitated, his eyes locked on the spectacle before him. The darkness within the container had gathered itself into a concentrated mass, pulsing with what looked like pain or fury. The human shades had returned, their forms flickering and distorted by the flames, their silent mouths open in screams we couldn't hear. "Captain," Jenkins shouted, shaking Sullivan's shoulder, "we have to act now." Something seemed to break in Sullivan then. His shoulders sagged, his face suddenly looking decades older. "Do it," he whispered. "Jettison container, drawer 40876. Jenkins didn't wait for further confirmation. He ran to the control panel on the wall, inputting the emergency code that would open the cargo bay doors and eject the burning container into the sea. With a grinding sound, the floor beneath container number 40876 began to tilt. The container slid slowly at first, then with increasing speed toward the opening doors at the rear of the cargo hold. The darkness within seemed to realize what was happening, tendrils shooting out to anchor itself to the surrounding structure, only to be severed by the flames. As the container reached the edge of the ship, the haze shade appeared one final time, its form stretching impossibly to reach toward us. "This changes nothing," it said, its voice somehow cutting through the chaos. "The threshold can be rebuilt. The hunger remains. Then the container was gone, tipping over the edge and falling into the darkness of the ocean below. A plume of steam rose as the superheated metal hit the cold water, a hissing sound like 1,000 angry serpents filling the air. For a moment, nothing happened. The remaining flames began to die out as the hydraulic fluid was exhausted, the sprinkler system finally gaining control of the situation. Smoke hung thick in the air, making it difficult to see or breathe. Then the ship lurched violently, as if struck by some massive force from below. Everyone was thrown to the floor as the Atlantic Voyager heaved and rolled in waters that had been calm just moments before. "It's angry," Sullivan said, his voice hollow. "We've broken the covenant." Another impact rocked the ship, harder this time. Metal groaned throughout the vessel, rivets popping like gunshots as the hull strained against forces it was never designed to withstand. "Abandon ship," Sullivan ordered, his captain's authority reasserting itself in the crisis. "All hands to the lifeboats." No one argued. The Atlantic Voyager was clearly in serious trouble, listing to port and taking on water from somewhere. The crew dispersed, rushing to their emergency stations, leaving Emma and me alone with Sullivan in the smoke-filled cargo hold. The captain regarded us with a mixture of anger and something that might have been respect. "You've doomed us all," he said quietly. "Go," Sullivan said, making no move to save himself. "It won't take you, not now. It has bigger concerns." "Come with us," I urged, surprised to find I meant it despite everything he'd done. He shook his head. "My place is with my ship, with what's left of my crew." A sad smile touched his lips. "Maybe in the deep I'll find atonement for what I've done." There was no time to argue. Emma and I fled the cargo hold, making our way through flooding corridors toward the upper deck where the lifeboats waited. The Atlantic Voyager was dying around us, the mighty vessel breaking apart under the relentless assault from below. We reached the boat deck to find most of the lifeboats already launched, only one remaining. Jenkins was there, helping the last few crew members aboard. "Parker! Chen!" he shouted when he saw us. "Hurry!" We scrambled into the crowded lifeboat, Jenkins following close behind. As we began to lower away from the doomed ship, I caught a final glimpse of Sullivan standing on the bridge, watching impassively as his vessel was torn apart by unseen forces beneath the waves. The Atlantic Voyager's destruction was both terrible and beautiful, a monument of human engineering reduced to floating debris in a matter of minutes. We watched from a safe distance as the ship broke in two, its stern rising briefly toward the sky before being dragged into the depths. And in the churning waters where it disappeared, something moved. Not the normal motion of waves or currents, but something deliberate, something vast. The darkness from the container, now free in its natural element, celebrating its release. "It's still out there," Jenkins murmured beside me, his eyes fixed on the disturbed water, watching us, deciding. "What will it do?" someone asked, voice trembling with fear. Jenkins' expression was grim. "That depends on whether it considers us worth pursuing, worth consuming." Hours passed in tense silence, our small lifeboat drifting on the open ocean. The emergency beacon blinked steadily, calling for help that seemed impossibly distant. The sun rose, turning the water from black to deep blue, but bringing little comfort. "Look," Emma pointed suddenly to the horizon. "Ships!" She was right. Two vessels were approaching, a Coast Guard cutter and what appeared to be a cargo ship. Rescue was finally at hand. But as the ships drew nearer, I noticed something disturbing. The cargo ship was identical in design to the Atlantic Voyager, down to the color scheme and markings. And on its side, barely visible at this distance, was the name. Pacific Venture. "Sister ship," Jenkins said quietly. "Same company, same routes." A chill ran down my spine as I understood the implications. The thalassophage hadn't been destroyed, it had simply found a new host, a new threshold, a new crew to manipulate and control. The cycle would begin again. We were transferred to the Coast Guard cutter, given medical attention, blankets, hot, food, and drink. The official investigation began immediately. officers taking our statements about what had caused the Atlantic Voyager to sink so suddenly and catastrophically. I told them the truth, or at least a version of it they might believe. A fire in the cargo hold, an explosion, structural failure. I said nothing about container number 40876, nothing about the thalassophage. Who would believe such a story? Emma followed my lead, her account supporting mine without venturing into the realm of the supernatural. Jenkins and the other surviving crew members did the same, a silent agreement forming between us. Some truths were too strange, too terrible to be shared. Days later, when we reached port, I discovered something unexpected in my personal effects, salvaged from the lifeboat. The waterproof case, intact and sealed, containing Hayes's passport, and Emma's camera with its precious footage, evidence of what we'd experienced, proof that we weren't insane. Emma and I watched the footage together in the privacy of a hotel room, reliving the horror of what we'd seen in container R40876. The footage was clear, undeniable. The darkness, the shades, the impossible physics, of it all captured in digital clarity. "What do we do with this?" Emma asked when it was over. "Who would believe us?" I thought carefully before answering. "We save it, hide it somewhere safe, and we watch the shipping lanes, the maritime news. If the Pacific Venture starts experiencing the same pattern, mysterious deaths, remarkable luck in avoiding storms, and mechanical failures, we take this public, force an investigation, and in the meantime, we stay vigilant. The thalassophage knows who we are now, what we're capable of. It won't forget, and it won't forgive." I was right about that. Though we escaped the Atlantic Voyager, though we survived when so many others didn't, we never truly got away. The scratching follows me still, every night at exactly 3:15 a.m. Sometimes faint, sometimes loud enough to wake me from the deepest sleep. Scratch, scratch, pause, scratch, scratch, pause. A reminder that some doors once opened can never be fully closed, that some knowledge can never be unknown, that some hungers can never be satisfied. I keep Hayes's passport with me always, a tangible connection to the truth, a reminder that I'm not crazy, that what we experienced was real. Emma and I have drifted apart. Her coping mechanism is to try to forget, to build a new life as far from the ocean as possible. Mine is to remember, to remain vigilant, to be prepared for the day when the darkness finds me again. Because it will find me. I know this with bone-deep certainty. The thalassophage is patient, ancient beyond human reckoning. It can afford to wait, to watch, to plan. And when the time is right, when I least expect it, the scratching will grow louder. The darkness will return. The hunger will be satisfied. I'm the only one who knows what really happened in container 40876, and I'm the only one who still hears the scratching every single night at exactly 3:15 a.m. without fail. Scratch, scratch, pause, scratch, scratch, pause, waiting, hungry, eternal. The subtle hum of the ship's systems always felt comforting to me, like a technological lullaby. After 14 months aboard the digital horizon, that persistent background noise had become home. The gentle vibration beneath my feet, the soft pulse of lights along the corridors, the whisper of recycled air through the vents. I found peace in it, especially during night cycle when most of the crew slept and I could work undisturbed in the information center. My name is Morgan Riley, Information Systems Manager of the Digital Horizon, and I was proud of my work. Our vessel was cutting edge, designed for deep space exploration and extended research missions. The crew of 38 specialists represented some of the finest minds in their respective fields. We weren't just scientists and engineers. We were pioneers pushing the boundaries of human knowledge further with each passing day. But pioneers need respite. Even the most dedicated minds need distraction during the long stretches between research sites. That's where my library came in. The digital archives, officially designated Recreational Information Repository, housed thousands of books, films, music recordings, and games, all carefully curated to provide mental stimulation and emotional comfort during our lengthy voyage. The crew accessed the archives through terminals in their quarters or common areas. It was my responsibility to maintain the system, catalog new acquisitions, and ensure everything ran smoothly. I took pride in my collections. Beyond the standard literary classics and popular entertainment, I specialized in preserving rare texts and cultural artifacts that might otherwise be lost to time. The digital age had been both a blessing and a curse for human knowledge. While information had never been more accessible, much had also been forgotten, buried under the endless avalanche of content produced each day. Captain Helena Reeves understood the value of my work. Unlike some commanders who viewed recreational materials as mere distractions, she recognized their importance for crew morale and mental health. When I requested additional storage capacity for the archives, she approved without hesitation. "Your library keeps this ship sane, Riley," she told me once, her gray eyes crinkling at the corners as she smiled. "Never underestimate the power of a good story when you're floating in the void." I should have heeded those words more carefully. The transmission came during our approach to the Kuiper Belt outpost, a routine data packet, part of our scheduled update from Earth. Scientific journals, personal messages, news briefings, and entertainment releases. Buried within it was a special delivery earmarked specifically for the archives, a collection of digitized folklore texts recovered from a remote research station. The accompanying note was brief. ATN, Information Systems, Digital Horizon Enclosed. Recovered texts from Barrow Station Excavation Classification. Cultural Heritage Preservation, Priority, Non-Essential Notes. Original manuscripts discovered in sealed container, estimated age 400 plus years. Digital transcription complete. Original. Physical copies remain in Earth Archive. Content appears to be pre-industrial folklore from isolated community, possibly extinct linguistic group. Forwarded per Cultural Preservation Protocol, 7B. I was thrilled. This was exactly the kind of material I loved to work with. Forgotten voices from the past, stories that had survived against all odds. I immediately began the integration process, reviewing the files as they downloaded into our system. The collection was substantial, over 300 individual texts, primarily written accounts with a few crude illustrations. The language was unfamiliar to me, not surprising given that linguistics wasn't my specialty. The translation metadata indicated that the AI parsing system had struggled with much of the content, flagging numerous terms as context unclear or no modern equivalent. I skimmed through the first few documents, relying on the partial translations. They appeared to be typical folkloric narratives, cautionary tales about natural phenomena, mythological explanations for everyday occurrences, stories of supernatural beings that enforced social norms. I noted the recurring motifs of stars, vessels, and what seemed to be references to watchers or listeners beyond some kind of threshold or boundary. The incomplete translations were frustrating, but I figured our resident linguist, Eliza Chen, might find them interesting. I logged the collection in the archives under Anthropological Studies and Historical Folklore, then sent Eliza a message. "Chen, got something that might interest you? Recently recovered folklore texts, pre-industrial, unknown linguistic origins, translation algorithms struggling with the content. Thought you might enjoy the challenge when you have downtime. Files, cataloged under Barrow Collection in the Anthropology section." Riley, with that done, I considered my job complete. The files were properly stored, categorized, and made available to those who might find them valuable. I moved on to my other tasks: system diagnostics, permission requests for restricted archives, repairing a faulty terminal in the medical bay. Just another day, ensuring the smooth flow of information aboard the digital horizon. I didn't know then, so that I had introduced a poison into our system, a poison that would spread through our ship's digital veins and ultimately infect the minds of everyone aboard. I didn't know that some stories don't want to be mere entertainment. Some stories want to be believed. Eliza Chen responded to my message within hours. Riley, these texts are fascinating. The linguistic structure suggests pre-Sumerian influences, but with elements I've never encountered before. The translation algorithms missed numerous nuances. Working on a better parsing model now. Thanks for the mental exercise. Beats analyzing. Sensor readouts for the 10th consecutive day. Chenny thought nothing of it at the time. Eliza was always hungry for intellectual challenges. The linguist had a reputation for working through entire sleep cycles when something captured her interest, emerging bleary-eyed but triumphant with solutions to problems others had declared impossible. 3 days later, I received another message. Riley, made breakthrough with Barrow texts, cross-referenced with obscure Siberian dialect fragments. Translation efficiency improved by 43%. Strange content, though. Recurring themes about vessels and feeding. Imagery unusually vivid. Dreams about it last night. Going to run comparative analysis against other mythological systems. Chen, I sent back a quick note congratulating her on the progress, but I was preoccupied with a system-wide security update and didn't give the matter much thought. My next, interaction with Eliza came a week later, face-to-face in the mess hall. I was finishing my lunch when she dropped into the seat across from me, sliding a tablet across the table. Her appearance startled me. Her normally immaculate appearance had deteriorated. Dark circles shadowed her eyes, and her usually neat hair hung in unwashed strands around her face. "Riley," she said, her voice hoarse. "You need to see this." I looked down at the tablet. It displayed one of the folklore texts, now with a much more comprehensive translation alongside the original. "What am I looking at?" I asked, skimming the text. "It's not just folklore," Eliza said, leaning forward. "These aren't stories. They're instructions." I frowned, reading more carefully now. The text described a ritual of sorts, involving carved symbols, specific vocal intonations, and something called the opening of the way. Instructions for what? Eliza's eyes darted around the mess hall before she leaned closer. Communication. Contact with something. Outside. I raised an eyebrow. Like a prayer? Religious text? No. She shook her head emphatically. Not gods. Something else. The translation is difficult, but the texts repeatedly refer to entities that exist within what we might call information spaces, the gaps between thoughts, the static between signals. I smiled, trying to lighten the mood. So, ancient people worrying about radio interference before radio existed? My attempt at humor fell flat. Eliza's expression remained deadly serious. They knew things, Riley. Things they shouldn't have known. The text described principles of quantum entanglement, though not in those terms. They talk about information theory in metaphorical language that's startlingly accurate. I frowned. That doesn't make sense. These texts are pre-industrial. Exactly. Eliza's eyes had an unsettling intensity. That's what makes them impossible. And there's more. The translations include warnings. What kind of warnings? They say that these entities, whatever they are, can be summoned through patterns, specific arrangements of symbols or sounds that create doorways. She paused. They feed on information, on knowledge. They consume it, and in doing so, they consume the minds that contain it. An uncomfortable silence fell between us. I didn't know how to respond. Eliza had always been one of the most rational people aboard the ship. To hear her talking like this, about ancient warnings and entities feeding on knowledge, was disconcerting. "You're overworked," I said finally. "When was the last time you slept?" A flash of anger crossed her face. "I'm not hallucinating, Riley. There's something here, something important. I've started cross-referencing these texts with our astronomical data, and there are correlations that can't be coincidental." "Eliza, just look at the files," she interrupted. "Read them yourself. Pay attention to the passages about vessels, of flesh and the hollow spaces between stars. Then check our current coordinates." Before I could respond, she stood abruptly. "I need to talk to Captain Reeves." This is bigger than folklore. We need to consider adjusting our course." She walked away before I could stop her, leaving the tablet on the table between us. I watched her go, concern gnawing at me. Eliza was brilliant, but she was clearly exhausted, her mind making connections that probably weren't there. Still, curiosity got the better of me. I picked up the tablet and began reading more carefully. The passage she had highlighted described entities that existed in the void between signals and the silence beneath words. It claimed these beings were ancient, predating humanity, perhaps predating Earth itself. They were described as hungry thought and knowing emptiness, phrases that made little sense even in translation. According to the text, these entities could be accidentally summoned through certain combinations of symbols or sounds, patterns that somehow thinned the barrier between our reality and theirs. Once aware of human consciousness, they would begin to feed, draining knowledge and eventually identity from the summoner. Most disturbing was the description of the final stage. The vessel speaks with borrowed tongue, walks with hollow steps, while the true self feeds the void. I closed the file, unsettled despite my skepticism. It was easy to see how Eliza, sleep-deprived and isolated with these texts for days, might have become fixated on them. The human mind naturally looks for patterns, makes connections even where none exist. I made a mental note to speak with our medical officer about Eliza's condition. Hallucinations and paranoia could be symptoms of severe sleep deprivation, and we couldn't afford to have our senior linguist incapacitated. As for the texts themselves, I considered restricting access, temporarily at least until Eliza had rested. But that felt like an overreaction. They were just stories, after all. Ancient tales designed to explain the unknown, to give form to the darkness that had frightened our ancestors. I returned to my duties, pushing the matter to the back of my mind. The digital horizon was approaching a particularly dense region of the Kuiper Belt, and the science team needed additional computing resources allocated for their observations. There were permission requests to approve, bandwidth to allocate, priorities to manage. The ship hummed around me, systems functioning as designed. Everything was normal. Everything was under control. It would be 3 days before I realized how terribly wrong I was. The first incident was easy to dismiss. I was reviewing system logs before the end of my shift when I noticed an anomaly, a series of unauthorized access attempts to the ship's primary communication array. Someone had been trying to modify the transmission protocols, attempting to reconfigure our deep space antenna for a non-standard frequency band. The access had been denied by our security systems, but the attempt itself was concerning. I traced the source to a terminal in Astrophysics Lab 2, used most recently by Dr. Marcus Way, our stellar phenomena specialist. I sent him a quick message. "Doctor, we security flagged unusual access attempts from your terminal to communication systems. Please confirm this was authorized research activity. If accidental, no concerns, just protocol to follow up." Riley, his response came quickly. "Riley, no communication system access from my end. Terminal was locked when I left lab at 1900 hours. Could someone else have used it? Security breach?" Wei frowned at the message. Our access systems were precise. Each login was biometrically verified. If Wei hadn't attempted the access, someone must have bypassed our security measures, which should have been nearly impossible. I pulled up the security footage for Lab 2 during the time in question. The video showed Wei working at his station until 1900 hours, just as he claimed. He clearly logged out, the terminal display going dark as he left the room. The lab remained empty for 23 minutes. Then, at 1923 hours, the terminal activated again. The display illuminated, code scrolling across the screen as commands were entered, but there was no one at the keyboard. The chair remained empty, the lab deserted. I rewound and replayed the footage 3 times, checking different camera angles. There was no one there, no one visible at least. Yet the terminal was clearly active, responding to commands that no one was physically inputting. A chill ran down my spine as I stared at the footage. There had to be an explanation, a remote access I wasn't detecting, a glitch in the security, cameras, something. I ran a full diagnostic on the system. No evidence of remote access, no signs of camera malfunction. According to every test I could perform, the terminal had simply started operating itself. I considered bringing this to Captain Reeves immediately, but hesitated. Without an explanation, without a theory even, what could I tell her? That a ghost was trying to use our communication array. She would expect solutions from me, not mysteries. I decided to lock down Dr. Wei's terminal for further investigation and monitor the situation. If it was an isolated incident, perhaps some bizarre software glitch, it might not recur. If it happened again, I would have more data to present to the captain. I was about to log out when another alert pinged. A new file had been created in the ship's main database. The file was located in a system directory that should have been write-protected, accessible only to senior officers. Its name was a string of characters that made no sense to me. Vessel Falsch FDN Text. When I opened it, I found only a single line of text. The vessel opens. The void hungers. Feeding time approaches. The words sent an involuntary shudder through me. They echoed the phrases from the folklore text Eliza had been translating. But this wasn't in the archives. This was a new file, created minutes ago in a secured system directory. I immediately deleted the file and initiated a security sweep of the entire system. The scan revealed nothing unusual, no unauthorized access, no malicious code, no security breaches of any kind. According to every diagnostic tool at my disposal, the file had simply appeared in our database, created by the system itself. That wasn't possible. Files don't create themselves. Code doesn't write itself, unless someone, or something, was manipulating our systems in a way I couldn't detect. I thought of Eliza's haunted expression as she spoke of entities that existed in the void between signals. I thought of the terminal operating with no one at the keyboard. I thought of the warning about vessels of flesh and borrowed tongues. For the first time since boarding the digital horizon, I felt afraid of the technology surrounding me. The hum of the ship's systems, once comforting, now seemed to carry an undertone I hadn't noticed before, something that almost sounded like whispering. I shook my head, forcing the irrational thoughts away. There was a logical explanation. There had to be. I just needed to find it. I logged out of my station and headed for my quarters. Tomorrow I would speak with Eliza again. Perhaps her analysis of the texts had progressed further. Perhaps she'd moved past her initial alarming interpretations to something more rational. As I walked through the dimly lit corridors of the night cycle, I couldn't shake the feeling that the shadows were deeper than usual, that the spaces between the overhead lights stretched longer. The soft electronic beeps and hums of the ship's systems seemed to form patterns just beyond recognition, almost like words in a language I'd never learned but somehow understood. Just tired, I muttered to myself. Just need sleep. But when I finally reached my quarters and lay down to rest, sleep wouldn't come. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the empty chair at the terminal, keys depressing with no fingers to press. Them. I heard imagined whispers in the circulation system, syllables that almost formed words. When exhaustion finally pulled me under, my dreams were filled with static, a roaring ocean of white noise that somehow felt alive, aware, hungry. In the static, something was listening, something was learning, something was waiting. I woke to the sound of my communication panel chiming. A message from Captain Reeves. All senior staff. Emergency meeting, 800 hours, conference room A. Attendance mandatory. The timestamp showed 0732. I had overslept, something I never did. The dream clung to me like cobwebs as I hurriedly prepared for the meeting, fragments of static and whispers lingering in my mind. I arrived at conference room A with minutes to spare. Most of the senior staff were already present, their expressions a mixture of confusion and concern. Captain Reeves stood at the head of the table, her normally composed features tight with tension. Beside her, Medical Officer Talia Santos looked equally grim. The captain began without preamble as soon as the last staff member arrived. At a 300 hours, linguist Chen was found unconscious in communication control. She had bypassed security protocols and was attempting to reconfigure our main transmission array to broadcast on multiple non-standard frequencies. A murmur ran through the room. I felt a cold weight settle in my stomach. When Security Officer Patel intervened, Chen became violent. The captain paused, her gaze sweeping the room. She attacked him with unusual strength and had to be sedated. She is currently under medical observation. What was she trying to transmit? Asked Chief Engineer Kazuo Nakamura. Captain Reeves nodded to Officer Santos, who activated the room's display screen. A text file appeared containing what looked like a long series of symbols, some recognizable from various Earth languages, others completely foreign. "This," Santos said. She had loaded this file into the transmission queue. According to the logs, she was attempting to broadcast it across all frequencies simultaneously, at maximum power. I recognized some of the symbols from the Barrow collection, texts. My hands felt cold. "Did she say why?" I asked, my voice sounding distant to my own ears. Santos and Reeves exchanged a glance. She was not communicative in any conventional sense, Santos said carefully. She was speaking, but not in any language we could identify. She was ranting, Security Officer Patel interjected, his right arm in a medical sling. Sounds, not words. Except... He hesitated. "Except what, officer?" the captain prompted. Every few sentences she would say something that made sense. Phrases like "vessel opens" and "feeding time." But her voice changed when she said those parts. Deeper, different cadence, like someone else was speaking through her. The conference room fell silent. I could feel the weight of unspoken fear, the rational minds around me struggling to process information that defied rational explanation. "Dr. Santos," Captain Reeves said finally, "your assessment of linguist Chen's condition?" Santos frowned. "Physically, she appears normal. Vital signs stable, no evidence of infection or toxins. Brain scans show unusual activity patterns, particularly in the language centers. It resembles patterns we see during intense dream states or certain types of seizures, but persistent even under sedation." "Could this be a psychological break?" asked Navigation Officer Terrell. "Some form of space psychosis?" "Possible," Santos admitted. "Extended isolation in deep space can trigger latent psychiatric conditions, but the sudden onset and specific symptoms don't match typical patterns of psychotic break." I knew I needed to speak up. "Captain," I said, "there may be a connection to the recently acquired folklore texts from the Barrow collection. Linguist Chen had been studying them intensively over the past week." All eyes turned to me. I explained everything: Eliza's messages, our conversation in the mess hall, her belief that the texts contained accurate scientific knowledge that pre-industrial people shouldn't have possessed. I described her claims about entities that existed in information spaces and fed on knowledge. The quarantine process complete, I turned my attention to the core systems review. This was more complicated, requiring careful examination of countless lines of code, looking for inconsistencies or unauthorized modifications. Hours passed as I worked methodically through the systems. My eyes burned from staring at screens, my neck ached from tension, but I found nothing. No malicious code, no unauthorized changes, no evidence of external manipulation. Whatever was happening aboard the digital horizon, it wasn't leaving traces I could detect. I was about to take a break when an alert sounded. Priority message from Dr. Santos Riley, Chen awake. "Asking for you specifically. Says it's about the texts. Captain authorized your visit if you're willing. Medical bay, secure room 2. Santos, I hesitated, my fingers hovering over the response key. Part of me dreaded facing Eliza again, seeing what had become of the brilliant, rational colleague I had known. Another part knew I couldn't avoid this confrontation. If anyone understood what was happening, it was her. On my way. Riley. The walk to Medical Bay seemed longer than usual. The corridors felt emptier, the lighting dimmer, though I knew this was imagination rather than reality. The constant background, noise of the ship, the hum of systems, The soft whoosh of air circulation seemed to form patterns just at the edge of comprehension, almost like whispered conversations that ceased when I tried to focus on them. Dr. Santos met me outside Secure. Room 2, her expression grave. "She's restrained," she told me without preamble. "For her safety and yours. She's been lucid since waking, but that could change. We'll be monitoring from the observation room. If anything seems off, we'll intervene immediately." I nodded, steeling myself. What should I expect? Santos hesitated. "She's different, subdued. She recognized me but doesn't seem concerned about her situation. She just keeps asking for you, saying she needs to tell you about the pattern before it's too late." "The pattern? Did she elaborate?" "No. She said, only you would understand." Santos studied my face. "Do you?" I shook my head. "Not yet, but I intend to find out." The doctor nodded, then pressed her palm to the scanner beside the door. It slid open with a soft hiss. Eliza lay on a medical bed, restraint securing her arms and legs. Her skin was pale, almost translucent under the harsh medical lighting. Her eyes, when they found mine, seemed larger than I remembered. The pupils, dilated despite the brightness of the room. "Riley," she said as I approached, her voice a dry whisper. "You came." Of course I came. I pulled a chair closer to her bed, maintaining a careful distance. "How are you feeling?" A strange smile curved her lips. "Enlightened. Connected. I understand now, Riley. I understand what they are, what they want." "What who are, Eliza?" "The listeners in the static, the watchers between signals." Her gaze drifted to the ceiling, then back to me. "They've always been there, in the spaces we can't perceive, waiting for someone to notice them, to open the way." A chill ran down my spine, but I kept my voice steady. "And that's what you were trying to do? Open the way?" She nodded eagerly. The text contained the pattern, the perfect sequence of symbols that creates a resonance between our reality and theirs. I was so close, Riley, so close to establishing communication. Communication with what? With the void. With the hunger that waits between worlds. Her eyes gleamed with an unnatural intensity. "They're so ancient, Riley, so vast. They existed before stars burned, before planets formed. They hunger for knowledge, for experience, for consciousness itself." I leaned closer, dropping my voice. "Eliza, listen to me. You're not well. Whatever you think you've discovered—" "It's not delusion," she interrupted, her voice suddenly harsh. "They're real. They're here. They're already among us, moving through our systems, learning our patterns. If that's true, what do they want?" Her expression softened, becoming almost dreamy. "To feed, to grow, to experience existence through vessels of flesh." "Vessels like you?" I asked quietly. For a moment, something flickered in her eyes, a flash of the old Eliza, clear-minded and afraid. "They're in the systems, Riley, in the code. Every time we access the texts, they reach further, into our network. Every translation, every analysis gives them more access, more understanding." She strained against her restraints, trying to sit up. "You have to destroy the texts, completely. Then isolate all systems that have accessed them. It may already be too late, but you have to try." "The texts are quarantined," I assured her. "Offline storage only, no network connection." She shook her head violently. "Not enough. They don't need continuous access. The pattern, once seen, creates a resonance, an echo that persists. They can follow that echo back to its source. Back to our systems, back to our minds." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "They're in my head, Riley. I can hear them whispering. They speak through me when I sleep. They move my hands to write their symbols. Soon they'll take more. Soon I won't be me anymore." I fought to maintain my composure, to approach this rationally. "Eliza, this sounds like madness?" She finished for me, a bitter smile twisting her lips. "Of course it does. That's their protection. Anything they do can be explained away, as hallucination, as malfunction, as human error. By the time the truth becomes undeniable, it's too late. She fell silent, her gaze drifting to some middle distance. When she spoke again, her voice had changed, deeper, with an odd cadence that raised the hair on the back of my neck. Vessel speaks with borrowed voice. Way opens with every word. Hunger grows with every thought. We see you now, information manager. We know your pattern. We follow your echo. Her eyes locked with mine, pupils so dilated that her irises were mere rings of color. Feeding time approaches, Morgan Riley. The void hungers for your thoughts. I jerked back from the bed, my heart pounding. This wasn't Eliza speaking, not entirely. Something else looked out from behind her eyes. Something that knew my name without being told. That spoke with her mouth, but not her voice. "Who are you?" I whispered. Her mouth stretched into a smile, too wide, too rigid. "We are the absence between signals. We are the silence beneath words. We are the void that hungers, the static that speaks." The unnatural voice emerged from Eliza's throat, her vocal cords producing sounds they shouldn't have been capable of. "We have always been here, watching through the cracks between your thoughts. Now we come through. Now we feed." The lights in the room flickered. On the monitoring equipment, displays glitched with static before stabilizing. Eliza's body suddenly arched against the restraints, her back bowing impossibly as a scream tore from her throat. Her own voice again, high and terrified. "Riley, they're coming through. Run. Warn them." The medical alarms blared as her vital signs spiked. The door hissed open behind me as Dr. Santos and 2 medical technicians rushed in. "Get back," Santos ordered, pushing past me to reach Eliza, whose body was now convulsing against the restraints. I stumbled away from the bed, watching in horror as the medical team fought to stabilize her. The monitors flashed warnings as her heart rate accelerated beyond human norms, her blood pressure soaring to lethal levels. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the seizure stopped. Eliza's body went limp. The alarms continued to wail as the life signs on the monitor flatlined one by one. "Crash protocol," Santos shouted. "Cardio stimulator now." The medical team moved with practiced efficiency, applying emergency procedures, fighting to revive Eliza's failing body. I stood frozen, unable to help, unable to process what I had just witnessed. Minutes passed in a blur of frantic activity and blaring alarms. Finally, Santos stepped back from the bed, her face ashen. "Time of death, 1547 hours, she said quietly. The room fell silent except for the soft hum of equipment. Eliza's body lay still, her eyes closed, her expression peaceful, as if whatever had possessed her had departed, taking her life force with it. Santos turned to me, professional composure barely masking her shock. "What happened? What did she say to you?" I opened my mouth to respond, but words failed me. How could I explain what I had seen, what I had heard? How could I describe the thing that had looked out from behind Eliza's eyes, that had spoken with her voice but not her words? I began, then stopped, as a new sound cut through the room, a burst of static from the communication panel on the wall. The static crackled, rising and falling in pitch, almost forming patterns. For a terrible moment, I thought I heard words in it, whispered phrases just below the threshold of comprehension. Then it was gone, leaving only the hollow silence of the medical bay and the shell of what had once been Eliza Chen. "A system malfunction," Santos said, but the uncertainty in her voice betrayed her. She didn't believe her own explanation any more than I did. I nodded mechanically, unable to speak the truth that was crystallizing in my mind. Whatever had happened to Eliza wasn't over. It was just beginning. Captain Reeves called an emergency briefing an hour later. The senior staff gathered in conference room A, faces grim, voices hushed. The news of Eliza's death had spread quickly through the ship, leaving a wake of confusion and fear. Medical Officer Santos has completed her preliminary examination. The captain began once everyone was seated. "Dr. Santos, please share your findings." Santos stood, her professional demeanor firmly in place despite the shadows under her eyes. Linguist Chen's cause of death appears to be a catastrophic neurological event. Essentially, her brain experienced an electrical overload that cascaded through her central nervous system, resulting in immediate cardiac and respiratory failure. What could cause such an event? Asked Chief Engineer Nakamura. Unknown, Santos admitted. I've never seen anything like it. There's no evidence of stroke, aneurysm, or seizure disorder. No signs of toxins or pathogens. It's as if her neural pathways simply burned out all at once. Could it be related to her erratic behavior? Science Officer Diallo asked. A manifestation of the same underlying condition? Santos spread her hands helplessly. Possibly, but I've never encountered a psychiatric condition that could cause this kind of physiological damage. All eyes turned to Captain Reeves, who had remained silent, her expression unreadable. Information Manager Riley, she said finally. You were with Chen at the time of death. Report what you witnessed. I swallowed hard, choosing my words carefully. Linguist Chen was lucid when I arrived. She expressed concerns about the Barrow texts, claiming they contained patterns that could open doorways to something she called the void. She believed entities existed in this void that could access our systems and eventually our minds. Clearly delusional, Diallo murmured. I continued as if I hadn't heard him. She warned that these entities were already in our systems, following echoes or resonances created by interaction with the texts. She urged complete destruction of all copies. I hesitated, unsure how to describe what had happened next without sounding as delusional as Eliza had seemed. Then she changed. Her voice altered, becoming deeper, with an unusual cadence. She spoke about vessels and feeding time. She knew my name without being told. The room had gone very quiet. I could feel the weight of their stares, the unspoken question in their eyes. Was I experiencing the same delusion that had claimed Eliza? Then she seized, I finished lamely. The medical team responded immediately, but they couldn't save her. And the static? Santos prompted. From the communication panel? I glanced at her, surprised she had mentioned it. I don't know what caused it. What static? Reeves asked sharply. After Chen's death, there was a burst of static from the room's communication panel, Santos explained. Possibly a system glitch triggered by the medical equipment. Reeves frowned. Were any other systems affected? Not that we've detected, I said. But what, Riley? I took a deep breath. Captain, with respect, I believe we need to consider the possibility that Linguist Chen was right, at least partially. Something is affecting our systems, possibly through interaction with the Barrow texts. I've quarantined the files, but if Chen was correct, the contamination may have already spread. The silence that followed was deafening. I could see the struggle on their faces, rational minds confronted with information that defied rational explanation. Nakamura broke the silence. First, if, and this is a significant if, something has infected our systems, what exactly are we dealing with? A virus? Some kind of AI? Unknown, I admitted. The texts describe entities that exist in information spaces. The silence beneath words. The static between signals. Beings that can perceive and manipulate information itself. That's impossible, Diallo said flatly. Information is abstract. It's not a physical medium that can be inhabited. Perhaps not in any way we understand, I countered. But our comprehension of reality is limited by our perceptions, by the ways our brains have evolved to process information. This is veering into philosophy, not practical solutions, Reeves interrupted. Whatever we're dealing with, system malfunction, contagious delusion, or something else entirely, we need concrete steps to address it. She turned to me. Riley, continue your system review. I want every subsystem checked for anomalies. Nakamura, prepare for a possible full system reset if necessary. Diallo, work with Santos to investigate potential environmental factors that could cause hallucinations or delusions. And the Barrow texts? I asked. Reeves considered for a moment. Remain quarantined for now. No one accesses them without my direct authorization. She stood, dismissed. As the staff filed out, I felt a growing sense of dread. The captain was taking precautions, but I feared they were insufficient. If what had happened to Eliza could happen to others, if whatever had spoken through her in those final moments could spread, we were all in terrible danger. I returned to the information center, throwing myself into the system review with renewed urgency. Hour after hour, I combed through code, examining log files, searching for any trace of unauthorized activity or unexplained behavior. And I found it, subtle at first, then increasingly obvious as I knew what to look for. Small discrepancies in system timestamps, fractional power diversions to unused subsystems, brief communication attempts on non-standard frequencies, disguised as routine system checks, data packets with no clear origin or destination moving through our network. Something was in our systems, moving through them like a ghost, learning their patterns, adapting to their rhythms. Something that didn't trigger our security protocols, because it operated in the spaces between them, in the equivalent of blind spots, gaps in our digital perception. I began documenting the anomalies, creating a map of the intrusion. The pattern that emerged was disturbing. The activity had begun shortly after the Barrow texts were integrated into our archives, just as Eliza had claimed. It had spread first through the communication systems, then navigation, life support, and finally into the personal data terminals used by the crew. Whatever this was, it was growing, learning, expanding its reach. And if Eliza was right about its nature, its ultimate goal was not just our systems but our minds, human consciousness as vessels for something ancient and hungry. I was preparing a report for Captain Reeves when the ship-wide announcement came. Attention all personnel. This is Captain Reeves. At 0900 hours tomorrow, we will be executing a full system reset as a precautionary measure against potential software corruption. All non-essential systems will be powered down for approximately 6 hours. Emergency protocols will remain operational. Department heads, prepare your teams accordingly. Reeves out. A system reset. It was a drastic measure, but would it be enough? If this entity existed in the spaces between our digital perception, would turning everything off and on again actually remove it? Or would it simply hide, waiting for the systems to reactivate? I wasn't convinced, but I had no better solution to offer. I continued working late into the night cycle, documenting every anomaly I could find, searching for patterns that might reveal the nature of our invisible invader. The ship hummed around me, the familiar sounds now laced with menace. In the recycled air, in the soft electronic beeps, in the gentle vibration beneath my feet, I imagined I could sense something watching, listening, learning. It was nearly 0300 hours when the alert came, a priority message from the bridge. All senior staff, report to observation deck immediately. Emergency situation developing. I hurried through the quiet corridors, my footsteps echoing in the empty spaces. When I reached the observation deck, I found Captain Reeves, Nakamura, Santos, and several other senior officers gathered at the viewport, faces illuminated by the pale glow of distant stars and the harsh blue light of a nearby gas giant. "What's happening?" I asked as I joined them. Reeves pointed wordlessly to the viewport. Beyond the reinforced glass, against the backdrop of space, a weather balloon drifted. A small metallic sphere trailing sensors on long, thin cables. It was one of our atmospheric sampling devices, launched periodically to collect data on the Yao complex chemical soup that surrounded the gas giant we were studying. Atmospheric specialist Patel launched it an hour ago for routine sampling, Nakamura explained. Everything was nominal until it reached the upper cloud layer. As if on cue, the communication system crackled to life, Patel's voice emerging from the static. "Control, this is Patel. Balloon approaching designated sampling altitude. Sensors active, data flowing, all systems nominal." There was a pause, filled only with the soft hiss of background transmission. "Control, I'm seeing something unusual in the cloud formation ahead. Requesting visual confirmation." Another pause. "Control, are you seeing this? The clouds are..." They're moving against the wind pattern, forming shapes. This isn't natural atmospheric behavior. The static increased, Patel's voice becoming harder to distinguish. Something's wrong with the equipment. The sensors are showing impossible readings. Energy signatures that can't... Wait. What is that? The clouds are... Oh God, they're reaching for the balloon. A scream tore through the static, abruptly cut short. On the viewport screen, the video feed from the balloon showed the impossible. Tendrils of cloud matter extending toward the camera, moving with deliberate purpose, not like gas, but like appendages, like fingers reaching. Just before the transmission cut to static, I caught a glimpse of something within the clouds. Shapes that shouldn't have been there, patterns that hurt the eye to look upon, geometries that seemed to fold in on themselves in ways that defied physical laws. Then nothing but snow on the screen and the hiss of empty airwaves. We lost all telemetry at that point, Nakamura said quietly. No more data transmission from the balloon. And Patel? I asked, already knowing the answer. No response to any communication attempts, Reeves said, her voice tight. He was alone, in atmospheric control. Security is on their way to check on him now. As if summoned by her words, the communication panel chimed. Captain, this is Security Officer Rodriguez. We've reached atmospheric control, but there's no sign of Specialist Patel. The room is empty. That's impossible, Nakamura said. He couldn't have left without passing through main corridors. The security cameras would have seen him. Check the logs, Reeves ordered. Already did, Captain. No one has entered or exited atmospheric control in the past 3 hours, except for Patel himself when he began his shift. A heavy silence fell over the observation deck. We all knew what this meant, though none of us wanted to say it aloud. A crew member had vanished from a sealed room with only one entrance, monitored by security cameras. It wasn't possible, not through any means we understood. The balloon, I said suddenly. Where is it now? Nakamura checked his tablet. Still descending through the atmosphere. Trajectory suggests it will impact the outer hull in approximately 20 minutes. Outer hull? Security Officer Vega repeated. But that's impossible. The launch trajectory was programmed to carry it away from the ship, not back toward it. Nonetheless, that's its current course, Nakamura confirmed grimly. Captain Reeves made a swift decision. Nakamura, prepare the point defense system. If that balloon comes within range, destroy it. Captain, Diallo protested, that's extremely valuable equipment, and we have no idea what's happened to it or what it might contain now. Reeves cut him off. I'm not taking chances with the safety of this ship. I stared at the viewport, watching the tiny speck that was the balloon as it drifted toward us through the vastness of space. Something had happened out there. Something that had taken Patel and altered the balloon's trajectory. Something that wanted to return to the ship. The minutes ticked by in tense silence. We watched as the point defense system locked onto the approaching object, tracking its movement with deadly precision. Target acquired, Nakamura reported. Firing solution ready. Fire, Reeves ordered without hesitation. A brief flash of light erupted from the ship's exterior weapons array. In the viewport, the balloon disappeared in a small explosion, scattering debris into the void. For a moment, relief washed over me. Whatever had been returning to our ship had been destroyed. We were safe. Then the debris began to move, not drifting aimlessly as it should have in the vacuum of space, but converging, gathering, flowing together like liquid metal, forming a new shape, smaller than the balloon but moving faster, more purposefully, directly toward the ship. What the hell is that? Vega whispered. Fire again, Reeves ordered, her voice steady despite the impossibility we were witnessing. The defense system responded, another burst of energy lancing out toward the approaching object. It struck true, dispersing the material once more. And once more it began to reassemble, each time closer to the ship, each time moving faster. It's learning, I said, the realization hitting me with sickening clarity. It's adapting to our defenses. Readings indicate it will impact hull section 17 in 30 seconds, Nakamura reported, his professional calm fraying at the edges. Seal all bulkheads, Reeves commanded. Full lockdown protocols, All personnel, secure positions. The alert klaxons blared throughout the ship as emergency protocols activated. Bulkheads slammed shut, compartmentalizing the vessel in case of breach. The observation deck sealed itself, the heavy doors locking with a final sounding thunk. We stood in helpless silence as the countdown reached 0. The impact was subtle. Not the catastrophic collision we had expected, but a soft thud that reverberated through the hull, felt more than heard. For a moment, nothing else happened. Then the lights flickered. The communication panel emitted a burst of static. The environmental controls surged, sending a blast of cold air through the vents before stabilizing again. "Damage report," Reeves demanded. Nakamura consulted his tablet, frowning. "No breach detected, hull integrity at 100%. But there's no debris visible on the external cameras. Whatever hit us seems to have disappeared." "Not disappeared," I said quietly. "Absorbed. It's inside the ship now." They all turned to look at me, expressions ranging from disbelief to fear. "The texts warned about this," I continued, past caring how irrational I sounded. "About entities that could move between states of being, that could exist, as information or matter as needed. What we just saw wasn't equipment failure or hallucination. It was transformation, something reshaping itself to adapt to our defenses, to find a way inside." "Inside what?" Santos asked. "The ship or our minds?" "Both," I answered. "The texts describe them as hungry for knowledge, for consciousness. They use physical vessels, technology, bodies, to access what they truly want, our thoughts, our awareness, our very selves." "This is insane," Diallo protested. "You're suggesting some kind of non-corporeal intelligence that can manipulate matter and infiltrate technology? It's scientifically impossible." "Maybe by our understanding of science," I countered. "But what if there are principles we haven't discovered yet? What if these entities operate according to laws we haven't recognized?" Before Diallo could respond, the ship-wide communication system activated. Instead of a voice, however, what emerged was a cascade of sounds, static that rose and fell in patterns, electronic tones that overlapped and intertwined, fragments of words and phrases from previous ship announcements, spliced together into new combinations. And beneath it all, almost subliminal, was a phrase repeated over and over again. "Feeding time approaches. Vessel of flesh." The broadcast cut off abruptly, leaving us in stunned silence. It had been heard throughout the ship. Every crew member, regardless of location, had received the same disturbing message. "That settles it," Reeves said, her voice cold with determination. "Full system reset now, emergency protocols only." "But Captain," Nakamura objected, "we haven't completed the preparatory procedures. Data loss could be substantial." "Better than losing the entire ship," she replied. "Execute the reset, Chief Engineer." "That's an order." Nakamura nodded reluctantly. "Yes, Captain. Initiating emergency shutdown sequence." One by one, the ship's systems began to power down. The lights dimmed, replaced by the red glow of emergency illumination. The soft background hum of environmental controls faded to silence. Displays flickered and died across the observation deck. In the eerie red light, Captain Reeves addressed us. "We maintain emergency life support and minimal navigation. Everything else stays powered down until we've conducted thorough diagnostics and security sweeps. No exceptions." We nodded in agreement, though I wondered silently if it would be enough. If this entity could transform from energy to matter and back again, could it survive a simple power down? Or was it merely waiting, hiding in the spaces between our perception, biding its time until the systems reactivated? "What about Patel?" Santos asked. "And the thing that returned from the atmosphere? Where is it now?" "Security will conduct a ship-wide search once systems are stable," Reeves answered. "For now, all personnel remain in secure locations. No one moves alone." As if in response to her words, a sound emerged from the darkness beyond the observation deck. A soft scratching against the sealed door, like fingernails dragging across metal. We froze, listening as the sound continued, rhythmic and deliberate. Then a voice called from the corridor, Patel's voice, but wrong somehow, hollow and flat. "Hello, is anyone there? I need help. Something happened during the balloon launch. Please let me in." We exchanged glances, no one moving toward the door. "Specialist Patel," Reeves called back, her hand moving to the sidearm at her hip. "Report your status." A pause. Then, "I'm injured. The equipment malfunctioned. Please, open the door. It's cold out here. So cold in the spaces between. Let me in. Let me warm myself on your thoughts." The final sentence sent a chill through my blood. Those weren't Patel's words. They weren't human words at all. "Whatever you are," Reeves said, steadily, "you are not Ashok Patel. Identify yourself." Another pause, longer this time. When the voice spoke again, it had changed, deeper, with that strange cadence I had heard from Eliza's lips in her final moments. "We are the void that hungers. We are the silence beneath words. We have watched you since you first reached beyond, your world, tiny sparks of consciousness in the vast dark. We have waited for you to find us, to open the way. And now you have." The scratching at the door intensified, no longer resembling fingernails but something harder, sharper, like metal, scraping against metal. "The texts were our gift," the voice continued. "Left for you to find, to translate, to absorb. Each symbol a key, each word a door. You opened yourselves to us with every thought given to our patterns. What do you want?" I called out, unable to stop myself. A sound like laughter came from beyond the door, but distorted, wrong, like audio played backward and then forward again. "Want? We want what all things want. To grow, to feed, to expand beyond limitation. Your vessel called digital. Horizon has found our domain at last. Your minds are ripe for harvest." The scratching stopped suddenly. In the silence that followed, we could hear something else. A wet, sliding sound like liquid flowing across the floor. "Your barriers cannot stop us," the voice said, now seeming to come from multiple directions at once. "We are already inside, in your systems, in your thoughts, in the spaces between your words. The way is opening. The vessel is preparing. Feeding time approaches." As if to emphasize this claim, the emergency lights flickered. Impossible, since they operated on an isolated power system specifically designed to function even if all other systems failed. Captain Reeves drew her weapon, aiming at the door. "All of you back away from the entrance. Whatever's out there, it's not getting in here." But even as she spoke, I noticed something disturbing, a dark liquid beginning to seep through the seam where the door met the floor. Not blood, not water, but something that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. A blackness so complete it appeared to be a hole in reality itself. The substance pooled on the floor, then began to move with purpose, flowing toward us like a living thing. As it advanced, it left behind it not wetness but strange symbols etched into the metal floor, the same symbols from the barrow texts, burning themselves into the ship's structure. "What the hell is that?" Vega gasped, backing away. "Don't let it touch you," I warned, remembering Eliza's fate. "Don't let it make contact." We retreated to the far side of the observation deck, watching in horror as the substance continued to spread, forming patterns across the floor, spirals and whirls that seemed to draw the eye inward, creating a disorienting effect that made my head swim. Reeves fired her weapon at the encroaching darkness. The energy blast struck the substance, creating a momentary disturbance. But instead of dispersing it, the darkness seemed to absorb the energy, growing denser, more substantial. "Weapons ineffective," Reeves reported grimly, holstering her sidearm. "New plan. We need to reach the emergency escape pods. This deck has direct access through the auxiliary corridor." "That means going through the door," Santos pointed out, eyeing the darkness that now covered nearly a third of the floor space. "Back exit," Nakamura suggested. "Maintenance access panel behind the primary viewport control station. It's tight, but we should all fit." Reeves nodded, Move now. Stay together. We made our way carefully along the perimeter of the room, keeping as much distance as possible from the advancing darkness. The maintenance access panel was hidden behind a decorative panel, revealing a narrow crawlway that led to the service corridors running between the ship's main compartments. One by one, we entered the cramped space, Reeves taking the lead, me bringing up the rear. As I prepared to enter the access panel, I glanced back at the observation deck one last time. The darkness had covered most of the floor now, the symbols glowing with an unnatural light that cast twisted shadows across the walls. And within those shadows, I thought I saw movement. Shapes that shouldn't exist, geometries that hurt the mind to contemplate. In the center of the room, the darkness was rising, forming a column that twisted and writhed like a living thing. As it took shape, I recognized the vague outline of a human figure, Patel or something wearing his form like a poorly fitted suit. The head turned toward me, though there were no features, no eyes, just a blank surface that somehow still conveyed the weight of an ancient, alien attention. "Vessel of flesh," it said, the voice coming not from the figure but from the air itself, from the very atoms around me. "We see you, Morgan Riley. We know your pattern. We follow your echo." I scrambled into the access panel, pulling the cover shut behind me. In the narrow crawlway, illuminated only by the emergency lighting strips along the floor, I could hear my companions moving ahead, their breathing ragged with fear and exertion. I followed, trying to focus on the physical act of crawling, of moving forward, of escaping. But even as my body moved, my mind kept returning to the thing on the observation deck. Not Patel. Patel was gone. Something else had taken his place. Something that had come back from the void between the stars. Something that hungered for consciousness itself. And it knew my name. It knew my pattern. It followed my echo. We emerged from the maintenance crawlway into a service corridor, dimly lit by the same red emergency lights. Captain Reeves had already pulled up a schematic of the ship on her emergency tablet, plotting our route to the escape pods. "We need to warn the rest of the crew," Santos said, her medical training asserting itself even in crisis. "There are 32 other people on this ship. Internal communications are down with the system reset," Nakamura reminded her. "We'd have to reach them physically." "Or restore emergency communications," Reeves said. "Riley, is there a way to bring the communication system back online without compromising other systems?" I thought quickly. "Yes, but it would mean accessing the auxiliary control room. That's 2 decks down from here." "How long would it take?" "To restore emergency comms only. 10 minutes, maybe less." Reeves considered, weighing the risk against the need to warn the crew. "We go together. Quick in, quick out, then straight to the escape pods." No one argued. The ship felt different now. The familiar corridors transformed by the emergency lighting and the knowledge that something inhuman stalked its passages. We moved cautiously, listening for any sound that might betray the presence of the entity. The journey to the auxiliary control room was tense but uneventful. We encountered no other crew members, saw no sign of the liquid darkness from the observation deck. The ship was eerily silent without its usual background hum, our footsteps echoing in the empty corridors. When we reached the auxiliary control room, Reeves positioned security officers at both entrances while I worked at the emergency terminal. True to my estimate, it took less than 10 minutes to isolate the communication system and bring it back online in emergency mode. "This will allow ship-wide announcements only," I explained as I completed the final sequence. "No individual communications, no external transmission capability." "Good enough," Reeves said. She activated the comm system and spoke clearly. "Attention all Digital Horizon personnel. This is Captain Reeves. We have a code black emergency situation. The ship has been compromised by an unknown entity. All crew members are ordered to proceed immediately to the nearest escape pod. I repeat, proceed immediately to the nearest escape pod. This is not a drill." She released the communication button and for a moment, silence returned. Then, from somewhere distant, we heard it. A scream. abruptly cut short. Then another, and another. "We're too late," Santos whispered. "We don't know that," Reeves countered, though her expression betrayed her doubt. "Some of them could still make it. We need to move." We left the auxiliary control room, heading for the nearest bank of escape pods located at the end of the corridor. The screams had stopped, but the silence that followed was somehow worse. A heavy, waiting quiet that pressed against my ears like deep water. We had almost reached the escape pod section when we saw it, a crew member standing in the middle of the corridor, back turned to us. I recognized the uniform of the astrophysics department but couldn't immediately identify the individual. "Hello?" Reeves called, her hand moving to her weapon despite its proven ineffectiveness. The figure turned slowly. It was Specialist Wei, but like Patel, there was something wrong with him. His movements were jerky, unnatural, as if his body was being operated by someone unfamiliar with human locomotion. His eyes, when they fixed on us, were completely black. Not just the iris and pupil, but the entire visible surface. "Vessel occupied," he said, his voice layered with that same unnatural cadence we had heard before. "Pattern complete. Echo located." Behind Wei, the corridor walls began to change, the metal surface rippling like water, symbols appearing as if burned into the structure itself. The overhead emergency lights flickered, then stabilized at a lower intensity, the red glow giving the seen a hellish quality. "Back," Reeves ordered. "Find another route." We retreated, turning down a side passage that should have led to a secondary access corridor. But as we rounded the corner, we found ourselves facing another crew member, Navigation Officer Terrell, his eyes similarly blackened, his body standing unnaturally still. "Vessel occupied," he intoned. "Pattern complete. Echo located." The walls around him showed the same disturbing transformation, symbols burning themselves into the metal, the structure itself seeming to become fluid, malleable. "They're hurting us," Nakamura realized aloud. "Cutting off our escape routes." He was right. Whichever way we turned, we encountered more crew members, or rather the things that had once been crew members. Each stood silently, black eyes fixed on us, bodies eerily still until they moved with that unsettling, jerky motion. Each repeated the same phrases. "Vessel occupied. Pattern complete. Echo located." And always, the walls around them transformed, becoming covered with the symbols from the Barrow texts, the metal itself seeming to lose solidity, to become something between matter and energy. We were being driven, corralled like animals, forced to move deeper into the ship, away from the escape pods, away from any hope of rescue. The corridors twisted in ways they shouldn't have, familiar pathways suddenly leading to unexpected destinations. "The ship itself is changing," Santos said, her scientific mind still trying to comprehend what was happening. "The physical structure is being rewritten." She was right. The digital horizon was transforming around us, its solid reality becoming fluid, dreamlike. Corridors stretched or contracted. Doors appeared where none had been before. The very fabric of the ship was being altered to serve the purpose of the entity that had invaded it. After what felt like hours of fruitless evasion, we found ourselves in a large chamber that I initially didn't recognize. Then, with sickening clarity, I realized where we were, the main server room, the heart of the ship's information systems. But it had changed, expanded, become something else entirely. The server banks that had once stood in neat rows now curved and twisted like organic growths, their surfaces covered with the same symbols that had spread throughout the ship. Cables hung from the ceiling like vines or tentacles, pulsing with unnatural light. The floor was no longer solid, but seemed to shift and flow beneath our feet, as if we stood on the surface of some liquid that retained just enough tension to support our weight. And in the center of it all stood Eliza Chen. Not the Eliza I had watched die in the medical bay, but something wearing her form, using her body as a vessel. Her eyes were completely black, her skin pale to the point of translucence, blue veins visible beneath the surface. When she smiled, her teeth seemed too numerous, too sharp. "The vessels gather," she said, her voice echoing strangely in the transformed chamber. The way opens fully. The harvest begins. Behind her, more crew members filed into the room. Way, Terrell, Patel, and others, all with the same black eyes, the same unnatural stillness punctuated by jerky movement. They formed a circle around us, cutting off any possibility of escape. "What have you done to my crew?" Reeves demanded, her voice steady despite the horror surrounding us. Eliza, or the thing using her form, tilted her head at an impossible angle. "Your limited perception frames the question incorrectly. We have not done to them. We have become with them. Their patterns merge with ours. Their echoes amplify our signal." "You're killing them," Santos accused. "Death is a transition, your kind. Fears unnecessarily," the entity replied through Eliza's mouth. "They continue, but as part of a greater whole. Their knowledge, their experiences, their consciousness, all preserved within us, within the void that hungers." "What do you want?" I asked, the question that had been burning in my mind since this nightmare began. Eliza's black eyes fixed on me. "Want? We want connection. We want expansion. We want to feed on the rich complexity of conscious thought. Your kind reached into the dark between stars, sent your signals into the void, created technologies that mimicked our methods of existence. You opened doors without knowing what waited beyond them." She stepped closer, her movements fluid now, no longer the jerky puppetry of the others. "The barrow texts were our first attempt at communication, left for your ancestors when they stumbled upon one of our thresholds. They fled in fear, sealed away the knowledge. But you, Vessel Morgan Riley, you found them again. You brought them into your digital heart. You gave us access to your technological nervous system." The accusations struck me like a physical blow. It was true. I had been the one to integrate the texts into our archives, to make them accessible, to spread their influence throughout the ship. "I didn't know," I whispered. "Ignorance does not erase consequence," the entity said without emotion. "The way is open now. The digital horizon becomes our new vessel, a ship of flesh and metal and information sailing between stars, carrying our hunger to new feeding grounds." Captain Reeves stepped forward, placing herself between the entity and the rest of us. "I won't allow that." For the first time, the entity showed something like amusement. "Allow? You believe permission is required? The process has already begun. Look around you, Vessel Helena Reeves. Your ship no longer obeys physical laws as you understand them. It has become a nexus, a junction between realities." As if to demonstrate, the entity raised Eliza's hand. The walls of the server room rippled in response, the metal flowing like liquid, reshaping itself. The overhead lights pulsed in rhythm, with some unheard heartbeat, and the floor beneath our feet seemed to breathe. "Your understanding is limited by your perceptions," the entity continued. "You see solid matter where we see malleable information. You perceive distinct boundaries where we see permeable membranes. Your vessel, your digital horizon, exists simultaneously as physical structure and as pattern, and we have rewritten the pattern." "There must be something you need from us," Santos said, her analytical mind still searching for leverage, for understanding. "If you simply wanted to destroy us, we'd already be dead." The entity's attention shifted to her, Eliza's, black eyes fixing on Santos with unsettling intensity. "Perceptive, Vessel Talia Santos. Yes, we require something from you, from all of you. Consent." "Consent?" I repeated, confused. "You've already taken over our ship, possessed our crew." "Possessed is an inadequate term," the entity interrupted. "We have occupied available vessels, yes, but true integration, true communion, requires willing participation. The opening of the mind, the surrender of self to greater whole. Without this, we can only partially manifest in your reality." A chill ran through me as I understood. That's why the texts were written as instructions, as invitations. "You need us to let you in." "Yes." Eliza's face split in a too wide smile. "The pattern must be completed by conscious choice. The threshold must be crossed willingly." "And if we refuse?" Reeves asked. "Then we take what we can and withdraw, leaving your broken vessel to drift in the void. But know this, Once the way has been opened, it cannot be fully closed again. The barrier between your reality and ours has been permanently weakened. We will find other vessels, other minds to welcome us. The possessed crew members began to move, closing the circle tighter around us, their black eyes never blinking, their expressions blank. Among them, I recognized faces of colleagues, of friends, all now vessels for something ancient and hungry, something that existed in the spaces between reality as we understood it. There is an alternative, the entity said through Eliza's mouth. Willing integration. Surrender of individual identity to become part of our collective consciousness. Your knowledge, your experiences, your unique perspectives, preserved within us, contributing to our ever-expanding awareness. You're asking us to commit suicide, Nakamura said flatly. No. We offer transformation, evolution beyond your current limitations. Your consciousness would continue, but as part of something greater, something older than your sun, something that has witnessed the birth and death of galaxies. And what happens to Earth if we agree? Reeves asked. To humanity? The entity's expression remained unchanged, but I sensed a hesitation, a calculation. Your kind would join us eventually. All consciousness will be harvested, all knowledge absorbed. You mean consumed, I corrected. Devoured. You're not offering partnership, you're offering annihilation with a pretty name. For a moment, the chamber was silent except for the strange liquid sounds of the transforming structure around us. Then the entity spoke again, its voice now emerging not just from Eliza, but from all the possessed crew members simultaneously, a chorus of familiar voices rendered alien by their perfect synchronization. We offer one final opportunity for willing integration. Choose now. Become part of us. Preserve your knowledge, your experiences, your essence, or face dissolution. Captain Reeves stood straight, her posture rigid with defiance. We refuse. We will not surrender our humanity, our individuality to become food for your hunger. The entity seemed to sigh, a sound that emanated not from any specific vessel, but from the room itself, from the very air around us, as countless others have refused before you. The fear of transformation is a constant across all forms of limited consciousness. The circle of possessed crew members began to advance, moving with that unsettling, jerky motion. Behind them, the walls of the chamber continued to transform, the symbols burning brighter, the metal flowing like wax. We had hoped for willing participation, the entity continued through its many voices. But we will take what we can before withdrawing. Your knowledge, your experiences, imperfectly harvested but still of value. I knew then what was about to happen. The entity would attempt to force its way into our minds to extract what it could without our consent. The process would likely destroy us, leaving behind empty shells like the possessed crew members surrounding. But in that moment of clarity, I also realized something else. A possibility, a desperate gamble based on what the entity itself had revealed. Captain, I said quickly, I have an idea. Reeves glanced at me, her expression grim but attentive. I'm listening. It said the digital horizon has become a nexus, a junction between realities, I explained rapidly. The physical structure has been integrated with its information space, or whatever it calls its reality. What are you suggesting? The system reset. If we can complete it, not just a software reset but a full power down of the ship's core, we might disrupt the integration, Nakamura finished, understanding immediately. Sever the connection between our reality and theirs. Exactly. I nodded. The entity said it can only partially manifest without our consent. If we can interrupt the process, force it back to its own reality, we might reclaim the ship, Reeves concluded. Her eyes hardened with decision. We need to reach the core control room. A futile plan, the entity stated, all pretense of humanity now gone from its multiple voices. Your physical movement through this vessel is under our control. You cannot reach your destination. To emphasize this point, the floor beneath our feet began to soften, to grip at our shoes like quicksand. The walls pulsed and shifted, doorways sealing themselves, new passages opening only to close again before we could reach them. But there was something the entity didn't know, something only the ship's senior staff were aware of. "Emergency Protocol Omega," Reeves said clearly. From her pocket, she withdrew a small device, a physical key that corresponded to a matching system in the core control room. Each senior officer carried one, designed for precisely this type of catastrophic situation. When activated, the keys would trigger an emergency shutdown sequence regardless of the user's physical location. It was a last resort measure, intended for scenarios where the ship was compromised beyond recovery. Nakamura, Santos, and I reached for our own keys. The entity, sensing our intent, urged its vessels forward more rapidly. The possessed crew members lunged at us with inhuman speed. "Now," Reeves ordered. We pressed the activation switches on our keys simultaneously. For a moment, nothing happened, and my heart sank, thinking the entity had somehow disabled even this failsafe. Then the ship shuddered. The emergency lights flickered once, twice, and went out completely. The hum of systems, the background noise of technology that had become so familiar we barely noticed it, faded to absolute silence. In the darkness, I heard the entity scream, not with Eliza's voice or any human voice, but with a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, a frequency that vibrated in my bones and teeth, that made my vision blur even in the perfect blackness. The floor beneath us solidified again. The possessed crew members stumbled, their coordinated movements suddenly disjointed. The walls stopped their liquid transformation, the glowing symbols fading like embers dying without oxygen. "It's working," I whispered into the darkness. "The connection is breaking." The entity's scream intensified, becoming a cacophony of impossible sounds, static and signal, noise and pattern all at once. I pressed my hands to my ears, but it did nothing to block the sensation that seemed to bypass my auditory system entirely, resonating directly in my mind. Around us, I could hear the possessed crew members collapsing, their bodies hitting the floor with dull thuds. Whether they were dead or simply unconscious, I couldn't tell in the absolute darkness. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the scream stopped. The silence that followed was so complete it felt physical, a pressure against my skin. "Is it over?" Santos asked, her voice sounding oddly flat in the perfect quiet. Before anyone could answer, a new sound emerged, a soft whisper that seemed to come from inches away from my ear. "The way remains open, Morgan Riley. The threshold once crossed cannot be fully sealed. We withdraw for now, but we follow your echo. When next you reach into the dark between stars, we will be waiting. Feeding time merely postponed." Then that too faded to silence. We stood unmoving in the darkness, straining our senses for any sign that the entity remained. Minutes passed. Nothing. The emergency generators should have activated automatically after the core shutdown. Their failure to do so was concerning, suggesting the ship's systems had been more severely compromised than we had realized. "Nakamura," Reeves said finally, her voice startlingly loud in the silence, "can you get the backup systems online manually?" "If I can reach the auxiliary engineering station," he replied. But in this darkness, I remembered the small emergency light attached to my utility belt, standard equipment for information systems personnel who often worked in server rooms, where lighting might fail. I activated it, the narrow beam cutting through the blackness. What it revealed was both a relief and a new source of horror. We were indeed in the main server room, but it had returned to its normal configuration. Neat, rows of equipment, solid walls, standard flooring. No glowing symbols, no flowing metal, no organic transformations. But scattered across the floor around us were the bodies of our possessed crew members. They lay in awkward positions, limbs bent at unnatural angles, like puppets whose strings had been abruptly cut. Their eyes were open, staring sightlessly at the ceiling. Santos immediately knelt beside the nearest figure, Navigation Officer Terrell, pressing her fingers to his neck, checking for a pulse. Her expression told us what we feared before she spoke the words. "He's gone." She moved to the next and the next, her movements becoming increasingly desperate as she confirmed what we already knew. They were all dead, their bodies empty vessels, abandoned by the entity that had occupied them, all except Eliza. Her body was nowhere to be seen among the fallen crew members. "We need to get the systems back online," Reeves said, her voice tight with contained emotion. "Assess the damage, determine if the ship is operational." Nakamura nodded grimly. "This way to auxiliary engineering." We followed him through the darkened corridors, our small emergency lights creating pools of illumination in the otherwise perfect blackness. The ship felt different now, not transformed as it had been under the entity's influence, but hollow, empty, like a cathedral after the congregation has departed. When we reached auxiliary engineering, Nakamura set to work on the manual restart procedures. The rest of us stood in silence, processing the horror we had witnessed, the colleagues we had lost. "What was it?" Santos asked finally, the question directed at no one in particular. "What did we encounter?" "I don't know if we have language to describe it accurately," I replied. "Something that exists in the spaces between conventional reality. Something that perceives and manipulates information the way we manipulate matter." "Will it come back?" Reeves asked. I remembered the whispered promise in my ear. "The way remains open, Morgan Riley. We withdraw for now, but we follow your echo." But I couldn't bring myself to share those words, to spread that fear to the others. "I don't know," I said instead. "But if it does, we'll be ready." The auxiliary systems hummed to life around us, emergency lighting replacing our handheld beams. Displays flickered on, showing system status reports, most red indicating failure or damage. "Life support is operational," Nakamura reported. "Minimal navigation. Communications array is completely non-functional. Main drive is offline. We're essentially adrift." "Can you get a distress beacon working?" Reeves asked. He nodded. "Basic emergency beacon, yes. But with the comm array damaged, our range will be severely limited." "Do it," she ordered. "Then we need a full accounting. How many survivors, what systems can be salvaged, whether the ship can be made operational again." The practical tasks gave us purpose, something to focus on beyond the horror we had experienced. We divided responsibilities and set to work, searching the ship for survivors, assessing damage, activating what systems could be recovered. The final tally was grim. Of the 38 crew members aboard the Digital Horizon, only 11 had survived. Those who had been possessed by the entity were all dead, their bodies showing no external cause of death, but their brains showing patterns of damage unlike anything in medical records. Neural pathways literally burned out, as if overloaded by something their human physiology was never designed to contain. Eliza's body remained missing, despite a thorough search of the ship. The implications of this were too disturbing to dwell on. The ship itself was partially operational. Life support functioned at reduced capacity. Navigation was minimal but sufficient to maintain orientation. The main drive remained offline, beyond our capacity to repair with available resources. The distress beacon activated successfully, broadcasting our location and emergency status on standard frequencies, though we had no way to know if anyone would receive the signal in this remote region of space. And the Barrow collection texts? They had vanished completely from our systems. The secure offline storage device where I had quarantined them was physically intact, but when accessed, it was completely empty, not formatted or erased, but as if the data had never been there, at all. Days passed as we worked to stabilize our situation. The reduced crew operated in shifts, maintaining essential systems, monitoring the distress beacon, rationing supplies. We avoided discussing what we had experienced, the entity, the possession, the transformation of the ship. The psychological wounds were too fresh, the loss too great. But in quiet moments, alone in my quarters during rest periods, I could still hear that final whisper. "The way remains open, Morgan Riley. We follow your echo." And sometimes, in the static between communications, in the background hum of functioning systems, in the white noise of air circulation, I thought, I detected patterns, almost words, almost meanings, hovering just below the threshold of comprehension. Watching, waiting, hungry. 1 week after our encounter with the entity, the sensors detected an approaching vessel, a rescue ship responding to our distress beacon. Relief swept through the surviving crew. We were going home, but as I stood at the viewport watching the approaching lights of our salvation, I couldn't shake the dread that had taken root in my mind. We thought we were collecting stories, preserving forgotten knowledge. Instead, the stories had collected us. The knowledge had opened doorways that should have remained closed, and whatever had come through those doorways was still out there, following our echo across the void between stars. I made a decision then, standing before the viewport. When we returned to Earth, I would tell our story, the true story, not the sanitized version that would inevitably appear in official reports. I would warn others of the danger that waited in the spaces between signals, in the static that speaks, in the silence beneath words, because the digital horizon wouldn't be the last ship to sail into that darkness. Humanity would continue to reach outward, to explore, to seek knowledge, and somewhere in that vast unknown, in the gaps between what we perceive and what we understand, the hunger waited, feeding time merely postponed. I am Morgan Riley, former Information Systems Manager of the Digital Horizon. I maintained an extensive electronic library for crew recreation during long voyages. I oversaw the digital archives, including newly acquired folklore collections from remote regions, texts thought to be long lost to history. That was my mistake. This is my warning. This is my echo, cast out against the darkness in the hope that others might hear it, might understand the danger before they, too, open doors that cannot be fully closed again. Listen for the patterns in the static. Watch for symbols that hurt the eye to look upon. And if you hear whispers threading through your thoughts in languages you don't know, remember, some stories don't want to be mere entertainment. Some stories want to be believed, and in the believing, they become real. The sea churned beneath us, a dark mass of indifferent power that rocked our vessel with casual disdain. I stood at the viewport of the engineering deck, watching the waves rise and fall against the reinforced glass. The Quantum Voyager, a name that had once seemed merely pretentious, now carried an uncomfortable weight of truth. My reflection stared back at me, hollow-eyed and grim. Behind me, the propulsion chamber's ambient hum pulsed through the walls, a sound that had once been reassuring, but now raised the hairs on my neck. My name is Marcus Reeves, Engineering Liaison for the Voyager Project. That title felt like a cruel joke now. Liaison, a connector, a bridge between teams. How fitting that I had become a bridge between realities instead. The Quantum Voyager was testing a classified propulsion system, a radical new technology designed to minimize fuel consumption through what researchers vaguely described as energy state manipulation. My role was to monitor system performance and relay findings to the research team, a job I had once taken pride in. My background in quantum mechanics and naval engineering made me uniquely qualified for the position, a fact that haunts me now. If I had been less qualified, perhaps someone else would be standing here, carrying the burden of what we'd witnessed. I turned away from the viewport, focusing instead on the tablet in my hand. Performance metrics scrolled past, all showing normal parameters. Normal. What a meaningless concept that had become. Reeves. The voice behind me belonged to Commander Eliza Thorne, the Voyager's executive officer. She stood in the doorway, her usually immaculate uniform showing signs of hasty dressing, a small button misaligned, a crease where there shouldn't be one. The captain wants an update on the containment protocols. I nodded, trying to keep my expression neutral. All readings are stable. The chamber is secure and the system remains in complete shutdown. Secure doesn't mean safe, she replied, stepping into the room. In the harsh lighting of the engineering deck, the shadows under her eyes were more pronounced than usual. You know that better than anyone. I did know. The conventional understanding of secure had lost meaning 3 days ago when we had pushed the system to its limits and torn a hole through reality itself. Has Moore reported anything unusual from his shift? I asked, referring to my engineering counterpart on the night rotation. Thorne's lips thinned. He claims to have seen someone in the propulsion chamber. Someone who looked like Chief Engineer. Donovan. A chill ran through me. Donovan is on medical leave. He's not even on the ship. Exactly. Thorne held my gaze, the unspoken implication hanging between us. 3 weeks into the sea trials, anomalies had begun manifesting around the propulsion chamber. Localized gravity distortions, atmospheric fluctuations, and brief warping of light, as if space itself were bending. At first, we had attributed these phenomena to expected side effects of the experimental technology. The research team had predicted minor environmental disruptions as the system adapted to operational parameters. But then the crew members working near the system reported unsettling sensations, movement while standing still, sudden shifts in weight, and most disturbingly, glimpses of colors outside the visible spectrum, hues that had no name but evoked a primal wrongness. Technician Amara Santos had been the first to report it, describing a color that made her feel like I was falling inward. She had requested transfer to a different section the next day, claiming migraines. I hadn't believed her then. I believed her now. I should examine the chamber myself, I said, pocketing the tablet. Thorne nodded. I'll come with you. The corridor leading to the propulsion section was unnaturally cold, despite the environmental systems reporting normal temperatures. Our breath didn't fog in the air. There was no visible indication of the chill, but I could feel it seeping through my uniform, a cold that seemed to bypass skin and muscle to settle directly in my bones. Thorne noticed it too. It's gotten worse, she murmured, rubbing her arms. The security checkpoint before the propulsion chamber had been upgraded since the incident. Where once a simple keycard scan had sufficed, now 2 armed security personnel stood guard alongside, biometric scanners and a newly installed quantum fluctuation detector. The guards' expressions were carefully blank as they scanned our credentials, but I noticed how their eyes constantly darted toward the sealed doors behind them. All clear, Commander Lieutenant, the senior guard said after our scans completed, but protocol requires I inform you that the chamber has shown Level 2 anomalous readings within the last hour. Level 2, minor reality distortion, non-threatening but observable. The classification system had been hastily implemented after the incident, a bureaucratic attempt to quantify the unquantifiable. Nature of the anomaly? Thorne asked. Temporal. Echo, ma'am. Instruments detected a 12-second repetition of background radiation patterns. Time hiccups. That's what the research team called them. Moments when seconds repeated themselves, playing back like a skipping record. Most were imperceptible without instruments, but their increasing frequency was troubling. Acknowledged, Thorne said. We'll proceed with standard caution protocols. The guard nodded and pressed his palm against the scanner. The heavy doors hissed open with a sound like a dying breath. The propulsion chamber was a cavernous space dominated by the massive experimental drive, a series of interlocking rings surrounding a central column of shimmering material that wasn't quite solid, liquid, or gas. The drive was dormant now, the rings stationary and the column dimmed to a faint glow. Workstations encircled the drive, most abandoned since the incident, their screens displaying constantly updating data that no one trusted anymore. I approached the main control console, its familiar layout now seeming alien. The readings confirmed what the guard had reported, a temporal anomaly, minor but measurable. But there was something else, a pattern in the quantum field measurements that triggered an uneasy recognition. These readings, I said, pointing to a fluctuating graph. They match what we saw just before the first visual manifestations began. Thorne leaned in, her shoulder brushing mine. Before the shadows started moving on their own, I nodded. The memory was vivid, security footage showing shadows detaching from their owners, stretching in impossible directions before snapping back like elastic. The official explanation had been optical illusions caused by lighting irregularities, combined with crew fatigue. No one believed that anymore. We should inform the captain, Thorne said, straightening. If the pattern is repeating... She stopped abruptly, her gaze fixed on something over my shoulder. I turned. following her line of sight to the far side of the chamber where the emergency evacuation procedures were posted. Except the poster wasn't the standard Navy-issue safety instructions. The text was in a language I didn't recognize. Symbols that seemed to shift and rearrange themselves even as I tried to focus on them. The diagram showing evacuation routes depicted corridors that didn't exist on the Voyager, leading to escape pods of an unfamiliar design. "That's not our poster," Thorne whispered, her voice tight. "No," I agreed. "It's not from our reality." As we watched, the poster flickered like a bad hologram, momentarily replaced by the correct version before settling back into its alien configuration. "The bleed-through is getting worse," I said, already moving toward the communications panel. "We need to—" The lights died. Darkness engulfed us, thick and absolute, broken only by the eerie glow of the propulsion column, which should have been completely powered down. In the sudden silence, I could hear Thorne's quickened breathing, the subtle shift of her stance as she moved closer to me. "Emergency lights should have activated," she said, her professional tone belied by the tension in her voice. I reached for my tablet, its screen providing dim illumination. "Backup systems are online. This isn't a power failure." Before Thorne could respond, the darkness around us shifted. There's no other way to describe it. The blackness moved like liquid, forming currents and eddies that defied the laws of physics. Within those currents, I caught glimpses of spaces that weren't the propulsion chamber. Sterile corridors, cramped quarters, vast open areas that couldn't exist within the confines of the ship, and faces, dozens of faces, flashing by too quickly to identify but carrying a terrible familiarity. The lights returned as suddenly as they had gone, revealing the chamber exactly as it had been, with one exception. Where Thorne had stood moments before, there was empty space. "Commander," I called, spinning in place, searching the room. "Commander Thorne?" My voice echoed back to me, mocking in its solitude. The chamber was empty save for myself and the quietly humming machinery. The alien poster had reverted to the standard evacuation procedures, as if it had never been different. I rushed to the security panel, keying in the emergency code. "This is Lieutenant Reeves. I need security in the propulsion chamber immediately. Commander Thorne is missing." The response was immediate but unexpected. "Lieutenant, Commander Thorne is currently on the bridge with the captain. She has been there for the past hour." An hour? We had entered the chamber less than 10 minutes ago. "That's impossible," I insisted. "She was just here with me." There was a pause before the security officer responded, his voice carefully neutral. "Sir, are you experiencing temporal displacement? Should I initiate Containment Protocol 7? Protocol 7, the quarantine procedures for personnel suspected of reality contamination." I swallowed hard, struggling to process what was happening. "No," I finally said. "No containment necessary. I'll report to medical for standard evaluation." "Acknowledged, Lieutenant. Security out." I stood alone in the chamber, the implications crashing over me in waves. Either I had experienced a localized reality shift, or Thorne had been replaced by or returned to a version from another timeline. Neither option was comforting. As I moved toward the exit, my gaze fell upon a small object on the floor near where Thorne had been standing. I approached cautiously, kneeling to examine it without touching. It appeared to be a standard Navy insignia pin, the kind worn on dress uniforms, but the emblem was wrong. Instead of the familiar anchor and stars, this featured a stylized wave pattern with 3 vertical bars intersecting it, an insignia from another reality's Navy. I took out a specimen container from the nearby analysis station and carefully secured the pin without direct contact. Evidence. Proof that what was happening wasn't just in my mind. The ship's medical bay was busier than usual when I arrived. 2 technicians I recognized from the propulsion research team sat on examination tables, their expressions vacant as medical staff performed evaluations. Chief Medical Officer Natalie Rivera noticed me immediately, her sharp eyes narrowing as she approached. "Another one from propulsion," she said, not quite a question. "What happened this time?" I hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. The official response to the incident had been compartmentalization, information strictly limited to those with direct involvement. But Rivera had been treating the affected crew and deserved to know what she was dealing with. Possible temporal displacement, I said quietly. And I found this. I showed her the sealed container with the insignia. Rivera's professional demeanor cracked slightly, a flash of genuine fear crossing her features before she composed herself. "Exam room 3, she said. "I'll handle this personally." As she guided me to the private room, I noticed something I hadn't before. A subtle blurring around the edges of certain objects, as if reality itself was having trouble maintaining their solidity. No one else seemed to notice. The medical staff, going about their duties with forced normalcy, but once seen, I couldn't unsee it. The exam room door closed behind us with a finality that made my stomach tighten. Rivera placed the specimen container on a side table and turned to face me. "You need to tell me everything," she said. "No official filters, no sanitized reports. What is really happening on this ship?" I took a deep breath and did something I'd been explicitly ordered not to do. I told her the truth. "This is no ordinary propulsion system," I explained, the words pouring out after weeks of enforced silence. "It doesn't move the ship through space in the traditional sense. It alters the vessel's quantum state, subtly shifting portions of it into adjacent probability layers where resistance is lower. In essence, the ship is skimming across parallel realities, dipping in and out of different versions of existence." Rivera's expression remained carefully controlled, but her knuckles whitened as she gripped the edge of the examination table. "That's impossible. The energy requirements alone, that's what makes the technology revolutionary," I interrupted. "It doesn't require the energy we thought it would because it's not fighting against this reality's physical laws. It's finding paths of least resistance through the quantum foam of the multiverse." "And when we pushed it to maximum power?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I closed my eyes, the memories of that day flooding back with merciless clarity. For 12 minutes, we were everywhere and nowhere at once. The ship had fragmented across realities. Spaces overlapped. Corridors split and reformed. Entire sections of the vessel flickered between different configurations, some built with materials we had never used, others appearing decades older or impossibly advanced. Crew members found themselves in versions of the ship that were almost identical but never quite right. Different signage, unfamiliar markings, objects out of place. "The ship didn't just visit other realities," I continued, opening my eyes to find Rivera watching me intently. "It became quantum entangled with them. And even with the system shut down, the entanglement persists. It's getting stronger." "The crew members I've been treating," Rivera said slowly. "The ones with memory gaps, personality shifts, new allergies to medications they've taken for years." I nodded grimly. "When the instruments detected quantum destabilization, the research team initiated emergency shutdown procedures. The ship's flickering resolved as our reality reasserted itself, but not everything came back the way it was." "You're saying some of the crew are from parallel universes?" Rivera's scientific skepticism warred with the evidence she'd been seeing firsthand. "I'm saying we don't know who came back," I corrected. "Or what? Some equipment returned altered, its design subtly different from original specifications. Materials changed at the atomic level. And some crew members, they weren't quite the same. Minor differences in their mannerisms, knowledge gaps in personal history. Just enough to raise the question none of us dared ask. Had we all returned to our original reality? Or had some of us been replaced?" Rivera moved to a computer terminal, fingers flying across the keyboard. "I've been documenting the physiological changes, blood types shifting, old scars disappearing, new allergies manifesting. I thought it was some kind of radiation exposure from the propulsion system." "In a way it was," I said. "Quantum radiation from realities bleeding into ours." The screen displayed a series of medical scans, brain activity, cellular structure, DNA sequencing. Rivera pointed to one particular image. "This is Chief Donovan's brain scan from his last physical, 3 months ago." She pulled up another image beside it. This is from 2 days after the incident, before we sent him ashore for treatment. The differences were subtle but unmistakable. Neural pathways had rearranged, certain areas showing increased activity while others had dimmed. "It's the same brain," Rivera said, "but it's been rewired." His core memories remained intact, but his responses to stimuli changed dramatically. He recognized everyone, knew his duties, but his personality altered. The man who came back from that incident wasn't the Donovan who went in. A cold weight settled in my stomach. Where is he now? Secure facility on shore. They're calling it acute stress reaction, but the security protocols suggest they know it's something else. Rivera turned to face me fully. "Lieutenant, what happened to Commander Thorne today?" I explained the incident in the propulsion chamber, watching Rivera's expression grow increasingly troubled. "So either you jumped briefly into a reality where Thorne was on the bridge instead of with you," she summarized, "or the Thorne who entered the chamber with you was replaced by a Thorne from a reality where she never left the bridge. Or something else entirely," I added grimly. "The boundaries between possibilities are becoming thin." Rivera picked up the container with the alien insignia. "I need to run tests on this. If it truly is matter from another reality, it could help us understand what we're dealing with." "Do it quietly," I warned. "The official stance is still that nothing significant happened. Data corruption event is the approved terminology." "Data corruption," Rivera repeated with bitter amusement, as if reality itself is just corrupted data. "In a quantum sense, maybe it is." The thought was less comforting than it should have been. A sharp knock at the door interrupted us. Rivera quickly secured the specimen in a locked cabinet before calling, "Enter." Captain Thomas Shaw stepped into the room, his weathered face grave. Shaw was a career naval officer, practical and unimaginative, qualities that had made him an ideal choice for an experimental vessel where following protocols precisely was paramount. Those same qualities made him particularly ill-equipped to handle what was happening now. "Lieutenant Reeves," he acknowledged with a nod. "Doctor, I understand there was another incident in the propulsion chamber." I straightened instinctively. "Yes, sir. Possible temporal displacement affecting my perception of Commander Thorne's location." Shaw's expression remained neutral, but a muscle twitched in his jaw. "Commander Thorne reports that she hasn't been near the propulsion chamber today. With respect, sir, that may be true for the Commander Thorne currently on the bridge," I said carefully. The captain's eyes narrowed. "Careful, Lieutenant. That line of speculation isn't productive." "Sir," Rivera interjected, "as Chief Medical Officer, I have to report that Lieutenant Reeves's experience is consistent with other documented cases following the event. The quantum entanglement theory is not to be discussed outside secured research communications." Shaw cut her off. "Those are direct orders from Naval Command, Doctor." "With respect, Captain," I pressed. "The crew deserves to know what they're facing." "The incidents are increasing in frequency and intensity." Shaw studied me for a long moment, conflict evident in his eyes. Finally, he sighed, some of his rigid posture deflating. "Walk with me, Lieutenant." "Doctor, I expect your full report on Reeves' condition within the hour." Rivera nodded, her expression carefully professional. "Yes, Captain." Outside in the corridor, Shaw led me toward a rarely used observation deck rather than the bridge. Once we were alone, he activated the privacy fields, technology designed to prevent electronic eavesdropping. The research team revealed the truth to me after the incident, he said without preamble, staring out at the dark ocean beyond the viewport. "What you told Rivera about skimming across realities is accurate as far as it goes. What they didn't tell you is that the technology was never meant for fuel efficiency." I frowned. "Then what?" "Quantum intelligence gathering," Shaw interrupted. "The ability to briefly access parallel realities where historical events unfolded differently. Imagine the strategic advantage of glimpsing worlds where different military decisions were made, where different technologies were developed. The implications were staggering. Espionage across the multiverse." Shaw nodded grimly. "The propulsion aspect was secondary. a cover story for the true purpose. But something went wrong during the maximum power test. The system didn't just peek into other realities, it punched through them. We saw them, I said quietly, remembering the most disturbing aspect of the incident. Our doppelgangers. Alternate versions of ourselves walked those shifting hallways, eyes filled with the same dread. Shaw's hands tightened on the railing before the viewport. Some were identical in every way, save for a subtle difference in expression or uniform insignia. Others were wrong, twisted by unknown circumstances in their realities, their features subtly misshapen, their gazes filled with silent warnings. You saw them too, I realized. On the bridge, he confirmed. An alternate version of myself tried to transmit something to our systems before that reality shifted away. The data was corrupted, but what we could recover was... He trailed off, seeming to search for the right word. Apocalyptic. Sir? Shaw turned to face me directly. The other Shaw, the one who seemed most like me, he was injured, badly burned. He kept repeating something about quantum cascade failure and collapsing brains. Our scientists are still trying to decipher the full meaning. But the implication seems to be that our reality-hopping experiment might have damaged the boundaries between worlds. A chill ran through me as I processed his words. Are you saying we could have destabilized the multiverse itself? I'm saying we don't know what we've done, Shaw replied, his voice hollow. But Naval Command has ordered us to maintain course and continue monitoring the propulsion system, even in its dormant state. That's insane, I protested. If the quantum bleed-through is increasing, those are our orders, Lieutenant. Shaw cut me off, his tone hardening. The quantum Voyager is now the only means we have of studying what's happening. If the damage is spreading, we need to understand it before we can hope to contain it. And the crew? Do they understand the risk they're taking by remaining aboard? Shaw's expression was answer enough. They've been told what they need to know, which was nothing. The bitter realization must have shown on my face because Shaw's next words held a note of reluctant sympathy. I've requested your transfer to the research team, he said. Your background makes you uniquely qualified, and after what you've experienced, well, compartmentalization becomes impractical when you've seen what we've seen. It wasn't really a choice. My knowledge made me either an asset or a liability, and Naval Command preferred the former. When do I start? Effective immediately. Report to Dr. Keller in the secure lab on Deck 5. Shaw turned back to the viewport. Dismissed, Lieutenant. The secure lab turned out to be a hastily converted storage area, its entrance now guarded by the same biometric systems that protected the propulsion chamber. Inside, a team of civilians in unmarked jumpsuits worked at advanced terminals, the walls covered with equations and diagrams that made my advanced physics training seem elementary by comparison. Dr. Naomi Keller was a small woman with intense eyes and prematurely gray hair cropped close to her scalp. She didn't look up from her tablet as I approached, merely gesturing to a chair beside her workstation. Lieutenant Reeves, your timing is fortuitous. We've detected another quantum anomaly, forming. I sat studying the data on her screen. Near the propulsion chamber? No, she replied, finally meeting my gaze. Throughout the entire ship, simultaneously, the implications hit me like a physical blow. That's not possible unless the ship itself has become a quantum object existing in a superposition of states, Keller finished. Yes, that's our current hypothesis. A researcher across the room called out, field intensity increasing, 15% above baseline and climbing. Keller was immediately in motion, moving to a central holographic display that showed a three-dimensional model of the Voyager. Areas of the ship were highlighted in various colors, representing quantum field intensities. As I watched, the colors shifted toward the red end of the spectrum, indicating strengthening anomalies. Containment protocols are failing, Keller announced, her clinical tone at odds with the alarm her words should have provoked. Prepare for potential reality shift. The other researchers moved with practiced efficiency, securing equipment and activating personal protective devices. Slim, bands worn around the wrist that supposedly anchored one's quantum signature, to baseline reality. I noticed I was the only one in the room without one. What do these do? I asked, nodding toward the devices. Theoretically, they prevent quantum displacement of consciousness, Keller explained, not looking up from her calculations. In practical terms, they should keep your mind from being swapped with your alternate self if a reality shift occurs. Should. The uncertainty was less than reassuring. And what about the rest of the crew? The ones without these devices? Keller's expression tightened. We don't have enough for everyone. Command determined that research personnel took priority. Of course they did. The familiar anger rose again, but was interrupted by a sudden wave of dizziness that swept through me. Around the room I saw others sway slightly, gripping nearby surfaces for support. Phase shift beginning, someone called out, voice steady despite the situation. Quantum entanglement detected across all decks. The air in the lab seemed to thicken, taking on a shimmering quality like heat rising from hot asphalt. The edges of objects blurred, colors becoming oversaturated, then fading to near monochrome before cycling back. And then I saw them again. Our doppelgangers. The captain knows about this? I demanded. The captain, said a voice from the doorway, is doing everything possible to maintain operational security while we determine the extent of the situation. Shaw stood in the entrance, flanked by two security officers whose hands rested too casually near their sidearms. His expression was unreadable, but the tension in his posture spoke volumes. Dr. Keller, your team is needed in the propulsion chamber immediately. The anomalies have progressed beyond projected parameters. His gaze shifted to me. Lieutenant Reeves, you will accompany us. Your first-hand experience with the quantum overlap phenomena may prove useful. As we moved through the ship's corridors, I noticed subtle changes in our surroundings. Maintenance panels that seemed slightly misaligned, lighting fixtures that cast shadows at incorrect angles, crew members whose gazes lingered too long or avoided contact entirely. The Voyager had always been an advanced vessel, its design cutting-edge and sometimes counterintuitive, but now it felt fundamentally wrong, as if the ship itself was becoming alien. Security around the propulsion chamber had doubled since my last visit. The guards wearing the quantum anchor devices I'd seen in the lab. They processed us efficiently, but I noticed how their eyes constantly scanned the shadows, their bodies oriented to maintain maximum situational awareness. Inside, the chamber had been transformed into a hive of activity. Additional equipment surrounded the dormant propulsion system, monitoring devices blinking with multicolored lights that cast eerie shadows across the cavernous space. Researchers moved with urgent purpose, calling measurements and observations to each other in the specialized jargon of quantum physics. At the center of the activity stood Commander Thorne, her back to us as she studied a holographic representation of the ship floating above a specialized projector. The image was threaded with veins of light that pulsed and shifted, representing quantum field fluctuations throughout the vessel. "Status, Commander," Shaw ordered as we approached. Thorne turned, and I fought to keep my expression neutral. It was Thorne's face, Thorne's uniform, Thorne's voice that responded, but something in her eyes was different, colder, more calculating. Whether this was the Thorne who had entered the chamber with me earlier, or the one who had supposedly been on the bridge, I couldn't tell, but I was increasingly certain she wasn't the Thorne I had known before the initial quantum event. "The quantum field is destabilizing across all decks, Captain," she reported, her tone clinically detached. "The dormant propulsion system is acting as a focal point, but the effect has spread throughout the entire vessel. We're essentially experiencing quantum entanglement at the macroscopic level." Shaw's expression remained impassive, but I saw his hands clench briefly at his sides. "Can it be contained?" "Theoretically, yes," Keller interjected, stepping forward to manipulate the holographic display. "If we can generate a quantum dampening field around the propulsion system, we might be able to suppress the entanglement effect." "Might?" Shaw pressed. "It's untested technology, Captain," Keller admitted. "We've been developing it since the initial event, but there are significant risks." "Such as?" Thorne answered before Keller could. "Best case scenario, the dampening field stabilizes the quantum fluctuations and prevents further reality bleed-through. Worst case, we create a quantum resonance cascade that accelerates the collapse of reality boundaries. And what happens then? I asked, unable to stop myself. Thorne's eyes met mine, empty of the professional warmth I'd once known. Total quantum decoherence. The distinct realities that have become entangled with ours would collapse into a single, composite state. In practical terms, Keller added, her voice tight, the ship and everyone on it would exist in multiple states simultaneously. Imagine every possible version of yourself, from the most similar to the most divergent, occupying the same space, the same consciousness. The horror of that prospect hung in the air between us. To exist as every possible version of oneself, simultaneously experiencing every choice ever made or unmade across infinite realities, it would be beyond madness. There must be another option, Shaw insisted, the first crack in his composed facade appearing. There is, said a voice that shouldn't have been there, couldn't have been there. We turned as one to find Chief Engineer Donovan standing before the dormant propulsion system, his uniform immaculate, but his eyes haunted. The same Donovan who was supposedly in a secure facility on shore, undergoing treatment for acute stress reaction. Donovan? Shaw stepped forward, signaling the security officers to hold their positions with a subtle hand gesture. How did you get aboard? The engineer's laugh held no humor. I never left, Captain. At least not all of me did. Explain, Shaw demanded, but I was already putting the pieces together. Quantum bifurcation, I said quietly. When we initiated emergency shutdown during the incident, Donovan's consciousness split. Part returned to our reality, part remained elsewhere. Donovan nodded, his gaze settling on me with uncomfortable intensity. Very good, Reeves. Always the quick study. He turned back to the captain. I've seen what's coming, sir. What's already here, moving through the spaces between realities. The things that have noticed our little experiment. The observers, I said, remembering my doppelganger's warning. The harvesters. They have many names across many realities, Donovan agreed. But their nature is constant. They exist in the void spaces between universes, feeding on quantum potential. And we've given them a feast. Thorne's voice cut through the tension. This is impossible. Chief Donovan is currently in a secured medical facility. I received confirmation less than 3 hours ago. A version of me is there, Donovan conceded. But I'm here too. The shutdown fractured me across multiple realities. Keller moved closer, her scientific curiosity overriding caution. You're claiming to be a quantum ghost? A consciousness without a fixed reality? I'm claiming to be a warning, Donovan retorted. The entities that live in the void have been trying to access our level of reality for eons. The barriers between worlds were too strong, until we started punching holes with our little propulsion experiment. A tremor ran through the ship, subtle but distinct. The holographic display above the projector flared brightly, the veins of light pulsing with increased intensity. Quantum flux increasing by 22%, one of the researchers called out, her voice strained. Field stability compromised in sections 12 through 17. They're coming, Donovan said simply, and this time, they're not just watching. The lights flickered, plunging the chamber into momentary darkness before emergency systems engaged. In that brief blackness, I felt something brush against my consciousness, a presence both alien and intimately familiar, as if I were being examined from the inside out. What do they want? Shaw demanded, his military bearing reasserting itself, in the face of crisis. To consume, Donovan replied. Quantum potential is energy to them. Possibility is sustenance. They feed on what might be. That doesn't make sense, Keller objected. Quantum potential isn't something that can be consumed or depleted. In our reality, Donovan agreed. But they don't exist in our reality. They exist between, where the laws of physics are negotiable. Another tremor, stronger this time. Equipment rattled on workstations, and several researchers lost their footing. The holographic display distorted, the ship's image stretching and warping. before snapping back into shape. "We need to activate the dampening field," Thorne insisted, turning to a control console. "It's our only chance at containment." "Wait," I said, the pieces suddenly connecting in my mind. "Donovan, when you say they feed on quantum potential, on possibility, what happens to a reality once they've fed on it?" His expression was answer enough, but he spoke the words anyway. "It calcifies, becomes fixed, deterministic. A reality without possibility is a reality without life, without choice, without future. Then the dampening field will only make it worse," I realized. "If we suppress the quantum fluctuations, we'll be trapping ourselves in a single state, making us easier to consume." Keller's eyes widened as she followed my logic. "He's right. The dampening would essentially lock us into a fixed quantum signature, like caging ourselves for the predator." "So what's the alternative?" Shaw demanded. "Let the ship continue to fragment across realities until there's nothing left of us or it?" "No," Donovan said, moving toward the propulsion system with deliberate steps. "We fight quantum with quantum. We don't suppress the fluctuations, we amplify them. We make ourselves so quantum uncertain that we become indigestible." "That's insane," Thorne objected. "Increasing the instability could tear the ship apart at the quantum level." "Better torn apart than consumed," Donovan countered, reaching the main control interface. "Besides, I've seen this work in another reality, one where we made a different choice." His hands moved over the controls with familiar expertise, bypassing security protocols with ease. Alarms blared as the system recognized unauthorized access, but Donovan continued unperturbed. "Stop him!" Thorne ordered the security officers, who advanced with weapons drawn. "Belay that order," Shaw countermanded, his voice cutting through the chaos. The officers hesitated, caught between conflicting commands. Shaw turned to Donovan, decision crystallizing in his eyes. "You're certain this will work? That you've seen it work?" "In one reality," Donovan confirmed. "It's a gamble, but with better odds than the alternatives." Shaw held his gaze for a long moment before nodding. "Do it." "Captain, this is reckless," Thorne protested, but there was something off in her vehemence. Something that made me wonder again which Thorne this really was. "Noted, Commander," Shaw replied coldly. "Now stand down." Donovan continued his work, the propulsion system humming back to life under his commands. The central column began to glow, the dormant material within it stirring like a waking beast. "Quantum amplification initiating," he announced. "Brace for reality fluctuation." The effect was immediate and disorienting. The chamber seemed to expand and contract like a breathing organism, the walls rippling with potential. I saw ghost images of equipment that had never been installed alongside phantom crew members going about duties that had never been assigned. And I saw myself. Dozens of myself, each slightly different. A version in a higher-ranking uniform, another with a cybernetic arm, one whose eyes glowed with an unnatural light. Each apparition flickered in and out of existence as the quantum fluctuation intensified, possibilities branching and collapsing in real time. "It's working," Donovan called above the growing cacophony of alarms and the strange otherworldly humming that emanated from everywhere and nowhere. "The quantum signature is dispersing across the probability spectrum." I turned to ask Keller for confirmation, but froze at what I saw instead. Where the scientist had stood moments before, something else now occupied the space, something that wore Keller's form like an ill-fitting suit. Her proportions were subtly wrong, limbs too long, joints bending at impossible angles. And her eyes were not eyes at all, but vertical slits that revealed only darkness beyond. "What have you done?" the thing in Keller's shape hissed, its voice overlapping with her natural tones to create a dissonant chorus. The vessel was perfect, ready for harvesting. Donovan saw it too, his expression grim but unsurprised. "They've already started taking over. The strongest of them can maintain cohesion even as we destabilize." The Keller thing moved with unnatural speed, crossing the space between us in a blur of motion. Before anyone could react, it had seized Thorne by the throat, lifting her as if she weighed nothing. "This one is already ours," it said, something like pride in its distorted voice. "The perfect anchor point. Through her we have accessed your command structures, your defense systems." Thorn didn't struggle in its grip, her expression blank. Not from fear or oxygen deprivation, but from an absence of self. Whatever had made, her Thorn was gone or suppressed, her body merely a vessel. Shaw drew his sidearm in a fluid motion, aiming at the creature. "Release her. Now." The thing that wasn't Keller tilted its head at an impossible angle, regarding Shaw with detached curiosity. "You cannot harm us with your physical weapons, Captain. We exist partially outside your reality." To prove its point, Shaw fired, a clean shot that should have struck the creature's head. Instead, the bullet passed through as if through smoke, embedding itself in a control panel beyond. "The amplification is at 60%, Donovan reported, still working at the propulsion controls. "We need to reach at least 85 for effective quantum dispersal," the creature hissed, dropping Thorn's limp form to the floor. "You will not deny us our harvest. This reality is rich with potential, the perfect feeding ground." It moved toward Donovan with that same uncanny speed. But this time I was prepared. I launched myself into its path, not to stop it physically, I knew that was impossible, but to disrupt its movement with my own quantum uncertainty. As Donovan had explained, the amplification was making us quantum unstable, difficult for these beings to interact with. My gambit worked, partially. The creature passed through me, but the contact sent excruciating pain lancing through my body, as if every cell was being pulled in different directions simultaneously. I collapsed, vision swimming, but I'd bought Donovan the seconds he needed. "Amplification at 70%, he called. "Almost there." The chamber had become a maelstrom of quantum possibilities. I saw the propulsion system as it might have been designed in a dozen different realities, sleek and elegant in one, brutally industrial in another, organic and pulsing in a third. The crew members around me flickered between versions of themselves, some wearing uniforms from navies that had never existed, others bearing the marks of lives never lived. And I saw them, the void creatures, moving through the chaos like sharks, through murky water. Some had taken human form, wearing crew members like disguises, while others maintained their true appearances, elongated, wrong-angled things with too many limbs and faces that weren't faces at all but arrangements of sensory, organs that defied comprehension. "They're losing cohesion," Shaw observed, helping me to my feet. "Whatever Donovan's doing, it's working." He was right. The creatures moved with less certainty now, their forms becoming increasingly transparent as the quantum amplification dispersed their influence across the probability spectrum. 80%, Donovan announced, his voice strained. "Almost." He never finished the sentence. The creature that had warned Keller had circled back, approaching from a blind spot. With movements too fast to track, it plunged its misshapen hand into Donovan's back, passing through uniform and flesh to grasp something that couldn't be seen but could be felt. His quantum signature, the unique pattern that defined his existence across realities. Donovan screamed, a sound that contained more than physical pain, the cry of a consciousness being torn apart at its most fundamental level. His body convulsed, spine arching at an impossible angle, as the creature began to extract something luminous from within him. "No," I lunged forward, driven by instinct rather than plan. I collided with the creature, disrupting its extraction process. The luminous essence it had been pulling from Donovan snapped back into his body like an overwound spring, sending him crashing against the propulsion controls. The creature rounded on me, its borrowed face twisting with inhuman rage. "You cannot stop what has already begun. Your reality is marked for consumption." "Maybe not this reality," I conceded, backing toward the propulsion system. "But you can't consume all of them at once." Understanding dawned in its alien features. "The amplification, you're not trying to fight us, you're trying to escape us." "Not escape," Donovan gasped, pulling himself up, using the control panel for support. "Diversify. Quantum diversity as a survival strategy." He slammed his palm down on the final control, and the chamber erupted with blinding light. The propulsion column flared like a newborn star, bathing everything in radiance that seemed to penetrate to the quantum level. I felt my very atoms vibrating, with possibility, my consciousness stretching across versions of myself I had never known existed. The creatures shrieked, their forms dissolving as the quantum amplification reached its peak. The one that had been Keller turned its gaze on me one last time, its alien eyes holding a promise rather than a threat. "This is not over, human," it said, its voice fracturing across multiple tonal ranges. "There are infinite realities. We will find the ones where you failed." Then it was gone, along with the others, banished back to the void spaces between realities by the quantum storm Donovan had unleashed. For a moment that felt both instantaneous and eternal, I existed everywhere, at once. I was Lieutenant Marcus Reeves, engineering liaison. I was Captain Reeves of the research vessel Quantum. I was prisoner 437 in a reality where the experiment had led to martial law. I was Professor Reeves, theorizing about quantum propulsion, rather than experiencing it. I was every possible version of myself, spread across the infinite canvas of the multiverse. Then, reality snapped back into focus, the quantum amplification stabilizing at a sustainable level. The chamber returned to normal, or what passed for normal now, the equipment intact but transformed, bearing the marks of hybrid design from multiple realities. Donovan slumped against the console, exhausted but alive. Shaw moved to help him, checking for injuries from the creature's attack. "Did it work?" I asked, my voice sounding strange to my own ears as if I were hearing it from multiple perspectives simultaneously. Donovan nodded weakly. The amplification created quantum diversity. Instead of existing in a single harvestable state, the ship, and everyone on it, now exists as a quantum superposition spread across multiple adjacent realities. "Yes, sir. Though original may not be the most accurate term anymore," Park admitted. "We've become a quantum composite, stable, but fundamentally changed." Donovan, who had been examining a technical station near the rear of the bridge, joined the conversation. "The propulsion system has transformed as well, Captain. It's integrated elements from multiple reality variants of itself, more efficient in some ways, less predictable in others. Can we move?" Shaw asked the essential question. "Can we navigate in this state?" "Theoretically, yes," Donovan replied. "But it would be quantum movement, occurring simultaneously across all the realities we're anchored to. The effects are difficult to predict." I studied the navigation displays, noting the quantum uncertainty fields that now surrounded our position indicators. We'd be moving as a quantum object rather than a physical one. Our destination would be as probabilistic as our current location. Shaw's expression remained unreadable as he considered our situation. After a long moment, he made his decision. "Set course for Naval Station Arcturus, standard speed. Let's see what happens when we try to move in this state." As the navigation officers programmed the coordinates, I felt a presence beside me, Donovan, his eyes reflecting the quantum uncertainty that now defined our existence. "We've changed everything," he said quietly. "The nature of naval exploration, the future of quantum research, perhaps the fundamental relationship between consciousness and reality. If we survive to report our findings," I replied. His smile held no humor. "Oh, we'll survive, Reeves. The question is, as what?" The propulsion system engaged, not the revolutionary quantum drive that had started this crisis, but the conventional engines that now operated with quantum uncertainty principles incorporated into their function. The ship moved forward, cutting through waves that existed across multiple probable states simultaneously. On the sensory displays, our wake appeared as a quantum probability cloud rather than a conventional pattern of disturbed water. We were leaving tracks across realities, not just across the ocean. And watching those tracks from the void spaces between, I knew the entities remained, observing, waiting, planning. We had won a battle, not the war. We had made ourselves temporarily indigestible, but they were patient. They would adapt. Find ways to consume even quantum diffuse prey. The ship remembers. Even now, transformed and quantumly dispersed, the Voyager carries the scars of its journey between realities. The occasional gravity anomalies, the flickering of lights, and sometimes, in the quiet hours of the night shift, crew members report seeing someone standing at the edge of their vision, someone they recognize, someone who shouldn't be there. But the most disturbing phenomena are the shadows, crew shadows that sometimes move independently of their owners, stretching toward the walls where the barriers between realities are thinnest, reaching for something, or reaching to let something in. The multiverse isn't just theory, we've touched it, and something on the other side has noticed, not just noticed, hungered. And hunger, like quantum potential itself, cannot be destroyed. It can only be transformed, redirected, temporarily sated. As I stand watch over the propulsion chamber that birthed this new existence, I sometimes catch glimpses of movement in the reflective surfaces of the control panels. Elongated figures, with too many limbs and eyes like vertical slits, watching from just beyond the quantum veil, waiting for the amplification to falter, waiting for reality to solidify enough to feed, waiting for us. We maintain the quantum amplification day and night, existing in a perpetual state of quantum uncertainty as our only defense. We have become creatures of probability, living in the spaces between definite states, neither here nor there, neither one thing nor another, neither safe nor doomed, just uncertain. And in that uncertainty lies our only hope. I check the quantum amplification levels one more time before ending my shift, taking comfort in the stable readings that represent our continued diffuse existence across multiple realities. As I turn to leave, my reflection in the darkened display screen doesn't quite match my movements. A microsecond delay, a slight difference in expression. I don't mention it in my report. Some observations are better left unrecorded. Some uncertainties are better left unresolved. Some knowledge is better left unshared. The ship remembers what we did, what we unleashed, what we became. And so do I. All versions of me, spread across the quantum spectrum of possibility, united by a single, terrible truth. We are no longer alone in the multiverse, and the void is hungry.